For the briefing on the continuation of the briefing on the FY 2026 proposed budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways or DPWH, we would like to acknowledge our resource persons. From DPWH, we have Secretary Vivencio Vince Dizon, together with Undersecretary Arthur Bisnar, Undersecretary Charles Kalima, Undersecretary Ricardo Bernabe III, Undersecretary Ador Canlas, Undersecretary Nicasio Conti, OIC Undersecretary Lara Maris Esquivel, Assistant Secretary Constante Elianes Jr., Assistant Secretary Mednir Malig, Assistant Secretary Neri Bueno, Assistant Secretary Michael Villafranca, Director Alan Borromeo, Director Toribio Ilaw, Director Reynaldo Faustino, and Director Juliana D. Vergara. We have also requested the following agencies to be present. From the Department of Environment and Natural Resources or DENR, we have Undersecretary Carlos Primo David. From Department of Agriculture or DA, we have Engineer Christy Cecilia Polido. We are still waiting for the representatives of DBM and COA, but DBM will be represented by ASEC Mary Ann de la Vega, Director Maria Crescencio Sunga, and Assistant Director Maria Cecilia Socorro Abogado. COA will be represented by Assistant Director or Acting Director, Ms. Tracy Ann D. Sunico. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Committee Secretary. And again, I welcome Secretary Vince Dizon to the budget hearing. And during our last budget hearing, we talked about the 4 red flags. I'll just flash again on the slide, Carla, slide 6. So yung huling pag-uusap natin last time, we requested the department because ang daming projects. Like for example, the first red flag, we're talking about 4,566 projects. So worth about 201 billion. The second red flag is about 40 projects. Ito bumaba na ito, malaking binaba to from thousands to 40 na lang. The third red flag is 42 projects. And the fourth red flag, ito yung para sa akin pinakaseryoso, yung reappearing, 946 projects. So all in all, it's about 6,187 projects worth 271 billion. So we requested the department to indicate the station numbers para makita natin na itong mga project na ito, unang-una, nasaan sila, pangalawa, gaano kahaba, pangatlo, hindi siya pare-parehong project. In fact, iba-ibang project yan. In fairness to the department, yung mga reappearing, baka continuation to eh. Tingin ko continuation to ng mga projects. Pero nga, dahil sa GAA, generic yung pangalan niya, pag hindi mo naintindihan, akala mo parehong project pa rin. No? In fact, maraming public, local officials ang nag-reach out sa amin no nakita nila itong mga listahan. I'll show it to you later on. No? Iba very concerned and they want to remove the duplication. Nag-reach out sila sa amin. Yung iba naman nagsabi sa amin na talagang iba-iba yung project niyon. No? So, kaya nga kung walang detalye, talagang in the eyes of the public, lalo na yung mga hindi naman bihasa sa budget process, akala nila ito ay isang project lang at nauulit. No? So, we will turn over the next portion to Secretary Hizon on the update on specifying the 4 red flags.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Tulfo, good morning po. Good morning po sa members ng Committee on Finance. Just to again re-emphasize po the statements that we made last Monday, that we are very happy and willing to work with the Committee on Finance in determining potential issues in the submissions for the 2026 budget of the DPWH. Just to recap, Mr. Chairman, as you know, the new senior management of DPWH did not prepare this budget, and this was prepared by the previous top management, and we were given very, very limited time to really clean it up, no? Upon the instructions of the President himself, no? Sabi nga ng Pangulo, hindi kita ginagay dyan para depensahan itong departamento at yung budget na sumite, ginagay kita dyan para reformahin at baguhin. No, and I think that's what we're trying to do, and we're very, very thankful to the chairman and the committee for flagging these projects in the 2026 submission. And if you recall, Mr. Chairman, you gave us 1 week to justify and validate these projects, which we promptly did by instructing all the implementing units from the regions to the district engineering offices to validate and justify, no, in particular the first and the fourth red flags, particularly on the stationing and also on the validation and justification of the seemingly repetitive projects in the 2026 budget compared to the 2025 budget. So as much as we could, we did that po, and we have a report that we have already submitted formally to the committee and to the Honorable Chairman. So just to summarize, no, for red flag, can we start with 1, please? Number 1. Red flag 1, please. Red flag 1. I think there are 2 separate presentations. Mr. Chairman, I think they're preparing it, but if you don't mind, we'll start with red flag 4.
Yes, go ahead,
No, so,
Secretary, so we can see
Red flag 4 were projects that were seen by the committee as repeating themselves, exactly the same or very, very similar line items from the 2025 budget. No, there were a total of 946 projects that were identified, amounting to 14.455 billion pesos. No, we are here to report to the committee that as of yesterday, we were able to provide validation and justification of 798 out of the 946 projects, roughly amounting to 66 billion pesos out of the 14.455 billion pesos. And this is broken down per region as follows. No? Next slide, please. And what we are going to show, Mr. Chairman, are just samples. No, obviously we cannot show all the napakadami po nito. No, we just wanted to show you our process, no, para po ma-validate at ma-justify. So simple lang po ang pinagawa namin, Mr. Chairman. Unang-una, pinababa po namin ang mga proyektong to based on geo-tag locations, and pina-validate po natin kung ito bang mga proyektong to ay completed na ba? Because I think that was the fear, no, nating lahat, no, na since kapareho nung 2025 at merong bagong pondo, parang doble-doble, no, umuulit, no. I also wanted to thank and recognize Senator Rodante Marcoleta. Sir, thank you po for being here today. So and then kukuhanan po ng litrato, no, ng dated at tagged photos para makita po na unang-una sa sarili nating mata, makikita natin na hindi pa tapos yung proyekto, no, at merong continuation. And we have changed the nomenclature of the entries, no, to reflect either a continuation or for completion of the project. So, if we can just go, Mr. Chairman, we identified na lang po 1 per region, no, but in the submissions, we have included in the annexes individual photos and individual reports for each of the 400 plus, close to 500, close to 700 plus, 798 out of the 946. So for CAR, simulan po natin, no? So for CAR, this is an example of a project that was initially flagged. So you can see po, this is the photo pictures, meron pong geotag yan at may date, no, nung kinuhanan ng litrato. No, at ang ginawa po natin, this is a 19.5 million peso project in Kalinga, District Engineering Office. And the next slide will show you the change in the, the next slide will also show you the straight line diagram. Para sa mga kalye po at mga bridge, naggumawa na rin po ang ating DEOs ng straight line diagram which shows kung ano po ang pinopondohan for 2026. And in this straight line diagram, it is the, anong kulay? Yung blue. Yung, tama ba? Yung, hindi blue. Yung green, no? Yung nasa gitna po, no? Yung nasa gitna, yung from Station 2 plus 820 meters to Station 3 na plus 480. So ito po yung coverage nung pinondahan ng 19.5 million under the 2026 budget compared to yung napondohan nung previous years. No, nung I think the one beside it, yung parang pinkish color is yung 2025. So, pinapakita lang po yung yung straight line diagram kung ano yung napondohan in the previous years and ano yung pinapapondohan ngayong 2026. And we have also changed the nomenclature. I think that's the next slide. Ay, sorry. Wala bang changing nomenclature? Ito na pala. Ito na po pala yung bagong change in nomenclature, yung project name, Makutay, Green Hills, San Pedro, San Vicente Access Road leading to Elephant Hill, Archaeological Tourism Site, Barangay San Pedro, Rizal, Kalinga, Station 2 plus 820 to Station 3 plus 480. So, dinefine na po ito. I don't know kung anong nangyari dito. I don't know if it's just a question of laziness or kinat and paste lang yung previous submission. But clearly, based on the picture and the straight line diagram, this is a continuation of a ongoing project, of an ongoing road in this case. So ito po yung makikita natin sa ibang mga submissions. And next slide please, let's go to NCR. This is one example in NCR. So again, it is, these are the pictures of the road that is being continued, in this case, rehabilitation of road at Asibal and Harmony in Batasan Hills in Quezon City, 25 million pesos. Ito po yung geotag location as well as the picture. We have validated this already based on the picture and the geotag longitude and latitude. And if we go to the next, I think may straight line diagram dito. Ito din po, no? So, ang gagawin dito is, ito nga yung beginning of the project, which is station, hindi ko mabasa, sorry. Can you see it? 0 plus to station 346, which is roughly 9.5 kilometers na? Sorry, 346 meters lang, no? And with the amount of 250,000. And then the project name has been renamed Rehabilitation of Road at Asibal and Harmony, chainage 0000 to chainage 0 plus 346, Barangay Batasan Hills, Quezon City. Next slide, please. Region 1. Mr. Chairman, it's up to you if you want me to continue all the way to the last region, pero these are really just examples per region. No, but we have submitted all the 746 projects have the information that you see here in these slides. No?
Let's have maybe 5 examples just to see that the department actually put the necessary details in order to identify the project.
Sige po. So again, for Region 1, this is Panshan Viaduct along Manila North Road in Ilocos Norte, Regional Office 1. It's 700 million by now. 700 million. So this is the start. Obviously, it's still not completed, and this is the end. No, again, these are all geotagged and ano no, and the photos are detailed. No, and then the next is the straight line diagram, and these are the plans for the Panshan Viaduct along Manila North Road. Kilometer 578 plus 755, 579 plus 295, Ilocos Norte Regional Office Implementing Agency, and this is the plan. No, so binago na rin yung nomenclature, and the plan is clearly outlined there. No, and then maybe we could go to a Visayas, no, and then a Mindanao. No, any random in Visayas. So this is Region 6. So this is again a road, Barangay Tula-Tula, Barangay Kaluoy, Barangay, I suppose these are several barangays, circumferential road connecting to the public market of Sibalom, in support of the agribusiness industry in Sibalom, Antique. No, this is Antique DEO, 30 million. With the current photos from start to end, this is again, the geotags are there, and then this is the straight line diagram determining the segments that will be built. No, and then also the nomenclature of the entry is different already as well. No, and then we can maybe go to Mindanao for the fifth example. Anywhere in Mindanao. Region 10. So this is in Bukidnon, in Magay-Bagay, construction of road along Junction Magay-Bagay, City Bypass Road, Daguaon Road, Station 000 to plus 0 plus 240, Barangay San Jose. 5 million pesos in Bukidnon First District Engineering Office. And ito po yung, I guess, yung ongoing pictures. It is again, a continuation. Marami dito napansin natin, Mr. Chairman, mga continuation of projects that have already been funded in past budgets. No? Now, obviously, was not sufficient, no, to complete the project. So these are continuations of that. But now, very clearly, in the pictures and in the geotag, and also, next slide, the straight line diagrams as seen here. So these are all the supporting documents that we have furnished. The balance, hindi ho natapos, pero may deadline po tayong binigay. So we are requesting in the letter for time, if we can have more time, but of course, we leave this up to the committee. Kung sabihin nyo po, Mr. Chairman, na hanggang kahapon na lang, then please feel free to remove the other projects, the balance between the 798 and the 946 from the budget. We will leave that up to the committee. So, but if you give us enough time, more time, we will try our best to validate and justify and provide the details similar to what we have provided yesterday. But if not, Mr. Chairman, by all means, tanggalin nyo na lang po, Mr. Chairman, yung mga line item na yan. We leave that up to the committee's prerogative na po, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so that's for the red flag 4, Mr. Chairman. So again, ulitin ko, 798 out of the 946 we have submitted as of yesterday with the corresponding pictures, new nomenclature, and the straight line diagrams, because these are really mostly roads and bridges, Mr. Chairman.
Tayo, meron ba kayong nakitang talagang doble, nag-repeat siya based on your analysis?
Mr. Chairman, let me find out now.
Yung talagang doble. Yung nagawa na and then nag-reappear siya ulit sa 2026 budget.
Meaning out of the 948, Mr. Chairman, no?
Yes.
Kung meron ba talagang nakitang kumpleto na pinasok pa rin?
Tapos na, tapos pinasok pa ulit. Because the result of that is magkakaroon ng discretion yung district engineer.
Tama
diba?
po.
Kung paano niyang i-implement yun.
Tama po. And
Pwede
sa dami
niya-
ba ng mga proyekto, hindi na ho natin mababantayan ng tama
Correct.
yan.
Pwede-
Baka
pwedeng
manakaw na lang
maging-
yung pera.
Pwede maging ghost project.
Tama po.
Pipicturean niya tapos na pala yung project na yun dati pang natapos. No? Meron ba kayong na-detect na ganyang the point kaya ako tinatanong yan because dapat yung district engineer or whoever gumawa ng plano magkaroon rin ng sanction.
Yeah. So, dito po sa 798, wala pong nakita. Lahat yun po ay na-validate given the submissions. Dun sa remaining 148, hindi po natin alam. So, that's why, Mr. Chairman, ako po, no, I will put it on the record. If the committee will not grant us any more time, please feel free po to just remove that.
Well, Sec, ganito, kung wala naman kayo na-detect na totoong repeated, no? Yung inulit talaga.
Hindi ko pa po masasabi dun sa 148,
Yeah,
Mr.
ibig sabihin
Chairman.
itong initial review nyo, kung wala naman kayo na-detect na totoong repeated, meaning in good faith, no? These are all continuation, then we can give you until Friday to
wow,
complete.
thank you.
Kasi by Wednesday mag-uumpisa na yung aming technical working group. So we'll schedule lang DPWH towards the end para mabigyan namin kayo ng time. Kung wala kayong nakitang bad faith.
Dito po sa 798, wala.
Okay.
Dun po sa 148, hindi ko pa po masasabi.
Yeah. Pero konti na lang yun. So katapusin
Konti
na
na
lang
lang yun.
natin.
So
Yeah.
we will, thank you Mr. Chairman for this, and we will instruct the implementing units to do their validation. No? Pero hindi ko pa po masasabi.
Yes.
But we will inform the committee in writing formally kung meron pong nakita at kung ano yung mga nakitang yon na
Correct.
tapos na pala pero pinasok pa rin.
Correct. And then like what we
And
talked,
definitely po, dapat matanggal yun.
yung pinag-usapan natin last time na i-attach natin to as annex to the projects listed in the GAB. So for example, kung project A, ang annex niya is i-attach natin yun, nakasulat dun yung pinakita yung station number at yung iba pang mga identifiers. No?
Mr. Chairman, I think that would be the most ideal situation para po for efficiency also and for time na i-annex na lang. Anyway, i-refer na lang yung mga projects sa HGAB dun sa annex na yon, no? Para madali naman yun.
Correct. And we will also
Kasi may line item naman
yes,
na.
and i-upload rin namin tong mga annexes sa website ng
As
Senate. So kung nagre-review ka ng budget, mababangga mo ngayon sa annex yung exact project na yun.
Yes po.
Oo.
That would be ideal. And we will do the same in our transparency portal, Mr. Chairman, as well.
Okay.
Mr.
Opo.
Chair? Mr. Chair?
Yes,
May I-
Senator Irwin.
I would just like to add, sana, Secretary, ito pong mga sinasabing duplication, could this be yung sinasabi ng mga kababayan natin na nirereklamo na katatapos lang ng project, bubungkalin na naman, sisirain na naman. Common po ito sa mga provinces. Sasabihin, katatapos lang yan, ka-inaugurate lang, next month, bubungkalin na naman. Pagkatapos, tirahin na naman, bungkal na naman. The same road, Mr. Chair, the same kalsada, the same munisipyo, pero paulit-ulit, binubungkal, wala naman pong problema, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary. Ito po yung nireklamo. As I went around during the campaign period, they were saying, bakit po ganon? Very common po ito, Mr. Chair, sa Region 5, sa Bicol Region. Lalo na po yung highway na coming from Quezon going to Camarines Sur. Lagi pong sira yung kalsada na yun. Laging sira, Mr. Secretary. Ito ko kaya yung sinasabing duplication kasi pinondohan mo na, next year uulitin naman dahil binungkal na naman, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, tamang-tama po yung observation ni Senator Tulfo. No? Alam nyo, ito pong rebracking na ito, talagang tayong lahat, no? Talagang matagal na natin rinireklamo ito. That's why po, for the information of the good senator, in the first week of October, naglabas po ako ng memorandum, October 7, naglabas po ako ng memorandum suspending nationwide all rebracking activities. No, until makapaglabas po tayo ng very, very clear guidelines and criteria kung kailan po dapat lang mag-rebracking. No, yun po ay ongoing, Mr. Chairman, pero sa ngayon po, lahat ng rebracking Except for yung halimbawa, inaayos yung linya ng tubig o inaayos yung drainage, pinahinto po natin. No? Ngayon po, as for kung ito po bang mga nakitang mga repetitive entries na to is a result of the rebracking, hindi ko pa po masasabi ngayon, Mr. Chairman. Titignan po natin itong mga project na to kung ito ba talaga nasira dahil binakbak o sinira ulit na hindi naman kailangan. We will have to go deeper into that investigation. But for your information po, Senator, pinahinto na po namin as of October 7 ang lahat ng rebracking activities nationwide muna.
That's what I heard nga, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, na sa ilang LGU, mukhang pinatigil na ho ninyo. Pero before your administration, common practice po ito sa DPWH na kaayos lang, ilang buwan pa lang ginagamit, sisirain na. Kaya nagkaka-traffic. Ang isa pa hong katanungan po dito, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, ito pong mukhang intentional kasi po itong ginagawa ho na ito. Ang tanong ko po dyan, Mr. Secretary, anong ginagawa ng auditors po natin? I mean, hinahayaan lang ho ito? I mean, hindi po ba dumadaan sa kanila sa audit ng COA, Commission on Audit, na katatapos lang nito, popondohan na naman natin, what's the problem? Popondohan na naman, parang multi-year siya, Secretary, pero kumpleto naman yung budget. So nakapagtataka, it seems like, Mr. Chairman, there's a collusion between the DPWH district engineers or regional office and the Commission on Audit kasi pinapayagan na pondohan na naman. Imbis na yung pondo na ipopondo mo rito, dalhin mo sa ibang lugar, ikaso mo sinira po yung kalsada eh. Ang pinaka-common practice po dyan, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, yung may drill, dinidrill ka agad yung mga, kasi semento lang, hindi pa nga halos tuyo, dinidrill na naman after few weeks para mapondohan na naman. That's very ironic, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary. Yung question ko lamang po, meron po bang pamamaraan now? Have you already established na control para hindi po maulit ito, particularly with the Commission on Audit sa mga regions or district offices na mai-report? Or mahirap po natin kontrolin because there's collusion? Well, before, may collusion po talaga.
Mr. Chairman, tama po kayo ulit. No? In fact, napag-usapan yan last hearing. And hindi ko lang po sure kung nandito ang ating COA resident auditor, pero nung nakaraan pong hearing, nagsabi na po tayo at nag-agree po tayo sa proposal ng ating chairman na imbes na post-audit lang, magkaroon na po ng pre-audit. Kasi doon po talaga mahuhuli yan, no? Na kinakailangan bang bakbakin o hindi. No, yun po ang katanungan eh. No, kasi ngayon po medyo discretionary sa implementing unit, meaning sa either sa district o sa region, na babakbak na lang na walang klarong guideline at criteria kung dapat bang bakbakin o hindi. So, there are two things po na gusto namin gawin ngayon sa bagong administrasyon sa DPWH. Unang-una, yun nga po, yung pre-audit, malaking pong tulong yan, imbes na post-audit lang. At ikalawa, meron kaming kinakraft po ngayon na siguro sa mga ilang linggo matatapos na, clear guidelines. Kailan ba pwedeng o kailan ba dapat mag-rebrack? No? At meron naman po kasing technical at engineering criteria for that, no, kung kailan. Ang problema po, hindi po clear yan ngayon kung kailan dapat at hindi po transparent. Meaning hindi po nakikita ng mga kababayan natin na itong kaling to at hindi nila naiintindihan na kailangan na palang i-rebrack. At nakikita lang nila yung mga magagandang kalye, bigla na lang tinitibag at gumagawa ng bago. So, those two things po, Mr. Chairman, Senator, we will be implementing, I think, very, very soon po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you so much po.
Secretary, napakaganda yung tanong ni Senator Erwin kasi kung yung title nga ay generic at may discretion yung district engineer, pwede nga niyang sirain yung ayos na kalsada. Dahil pareho lang yung title kasi generic eh. Hindi mo naman ma-pinpoint kung nasaan yun. Kung kahabaan yun is 10 kilometers, saan doon ang gagawin. No? So, that's why kung wala yung mga technical description, talagang pwede mangyari. Tama po ba, Yusek? Secretary, pwede mangyari talaga dahil may discretion siya na sirain niya yung ayos na kalsada.
Pwede po. Hindi lang po pwede. I think nangyayari na po
Nangyayari,
yan.
correct.
In reality, it's really been happening. No, that's why marami pong reports yung mga kababayan natin mismo. And I'm sure marami pong pinadating kay Senator Tulfo, no, na mga ganito. Kasi nangyayari po talaga.
So with itong ginawa nating mayroon ng technical description, hindi na maulit to, Senator Erwin, kasi meron ng technical description.
Yes, I trust Secretary Vince Dizon. Kasi sabi ko,
I hope hindi na maulit.
sabi ko kasi parang common practice ito before eh. Parang yung mga tao, kahit nung bata pa ko, kaayos lang, sira na naman, sinira na naman, wala namang crack, wala namang kwan. So, hopefully, Mr. Chair, with Secretary Vince Dizon at the helm, sana po matuldukan na ito, Mr. Chairman, Secretary.
Opo, Mr. Chairman, you're absolutely right po. And I think yung pong mga reforma na nanggaling na rin sa discussions po natin sa komite, yung pre-audit, na nag-agree naman po ang COA na pwede tayong mag-pre-audit. Ikagawa, yung pong, ito pong station limits na very transparent po sa line item ng budget na klaro na ito ay ginagawa itong stasyon na to hanggang dito sa stasyon na to. At ikatlo po yung magiging guidelines natin on reblocking na pwede kang mag-reblocking kapag na-fulfill itong criteria na ito. Tingin ko po yung tatlong reforma po yun, tingin ko halos imposible na po siguro nilang madaya pa ito na sa mga susunod na mga taon na susunod na buwan, susunod na taon.
Thank you. Before we continue, let me formally recognize the presence of Senator Marcoleta and Senator Lauren Legarda.
Opo.
So,
Mr. Chairman, pwede po ba ako magpagam nga at ako kailangan nga pong mag-CR.
sige,
Nung dumating
sige.
po si Senator Marcoleta,
At the very least
kailangan ko ata mag-CR.
At the very least naman, sa bigat ng trabaho nyo,
Pasensya na po.
payagan namin kayo mag-CR at the very least.
To take advantage of the time habang nasa Call of Nature
Ay,
si
salamat
Dizon.
po, ma'am.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for acknowledging me. Baka papayag sila para hindi waste of time. Yung expert sa allocable at non-allocable si Director Bote. Hindi, kayo po, no? Si Planning. Kasi wala nun si Sen Marcoleta at Sen Erwin para may definition of terms at yung bago ng pangalan ng allocable at non-allocable. Kasi nakaka-confuse, di ba? Di ba naging congressman tayo, Sen Erwin, naging congressman si Senator Marcoleta. Wala talaga akong alam na allocable at non-allocable. Jokingly, sinabi nung huling hearing natin ni Secretary Dizon nung lumapit dito sa amin ni Chair Sherwin, Sen Sherwin, yung allocable daw yung maaring i-allok. Pero joke daw yon. Yun ang sabi ko. Ano ba yung allocable? So talagang hanggang ngayon po, marami na akong kausap sa tagal-tagal natin dito, pati Senate El Berremo, wala silang maalala. I'm sure our colleagues would want to understand para po may definition of terms. Tapos, yung inyong bagong termino, dahil ayaw nyong gamitin po yung allocable at non-allocable. So, hindi i-aalok, mabuti. Bawal i-alok. Ano na po ang tawag? Siguro, district projects and non-district, kung ano po. Sige, si Director Bote and Yusek. Kung sino po yung eksperto. Thank you. I
May I
don't have...
interject, Madam Chair?
Thank you
Hi,
po.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Senator.
In relation to the question of Senator Aligarda, hindi po joke yun. Yung allocable, if you will note, during one of those hearings in the Blue Ribbon Committee, yun pong allocable, inadmit po ni former Secretary Bonoan. Nandun po silang dalawa ni Yusek Cabral nung tinanong po namin yung allocable. Tinanong po namin ano-ano po ba yung mga factors na nakapagdadagdag doon sa mga initial ceilings that have been established nung NEP. So sinabi po nila yung allocable funding, yan daw po ay talagang inahanda nila, particularly in the House of Representatives kasi sila yung mayroong power of the purse para hindi na molestyahin, well, pardon for the using the word, para hindi na istorbohin yung mga nakalatag sa NEP, talagang provision po yun na talagang pambibigay dun sa mga members ng House. Inadmit niya po yun. Mahigit pong 300 po talaga ang members ng House of Representatives. nag-a-average po ng 1 billion ang regular district representative. Average lang po yun, merong mas mataas. Ang party list po ay 150 million, masaya na po sila, except yung mga party list na contractors. At pagkatapos po ng allocable, Mr. Chair, meron pang leadership funding. At dadagdag pa po yung unprogram at saka nga po yung difference na manggagaling po ngayon sa bicameral conference. Nung kinumpute ko po yun, and this is recorded in one of the Blue Ribbon Committee hearings, 1 trillion po talagang naidadagdag sa DPWH pa lang. And 1 trillion pesos, ito po yung sinasabi naming taba, kung yun po ay ibabangga natin sa 6.325 trillion na budget ng 2025, 1 trillion is almost 15%. So, hindi po siya joke. Inamin po yun, nung recorded po ito. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Go ahead, Senator.
So, Senator Marcoleta, do you mean itong allocable na ito, itong leadership pa na ito, suhol o lagay sa mga mambabatas? Can you please specify?
Ganun ang naging conclusion doon, Mr. Chair. Kasi nga, sabi ni Secretary Bonoan, para hindi na galawin. Pangsuhol talaga. So, nung pong tinanong ko magkano yun, 450 billion pesos. Pagkatapos yun pong leadership, alam nyo naman po yung leadership sa House, merong speaker, may deputy speaker, merong majority leader, at napakaraming assistant and deputy majority leaders. Isama mo po yung mga chairman at saka vice chairman ng Appropriations Committee. Yun po yung 450 billion. Recorded po ito. At pagkatapos yung leadership, 100 billion yan. Nakarecord po yan. Ang program, 150 billion. At pagkatapos yung difference na po, pagkatapos na ng NEP at saka yung GAA, another 400 billion pesos. Yun po yung 1 trillion na taba na hindi naman kailangan po ng ating DPWH kung tutuusin natin. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much for explaining to me, Senator Marcoleta and Sen. Tulfo. Mr. Chair, kahapon po nag-uusap tayo. Sunday we were both working and we both acknowledged that we received the June or July list of allocable but not the September. So I am told by our staffs, wala pa rin. May we request the September as revised. Maski po hindi na yung words allocable, anyo mo, hindi naman kasalanan na may ceiling. Tama po yung sinabi nyo. Hindi naman forever kailangan humihingi ang congressman or ang mga mayor. Tapos, yung hindi district projects, makinig kasi kayo pag tinatanong ko po. Yes, yung hindi po district projects, yun ang tinatawag na non-allocable. Di ibahin natin ang pangalan, non-district, ganun lang. Wala namang masama doon eh. Alam nyo, first, allow me to commend the President and commend Secretary Dizon for heeding the clamor of both houses of Congress. I do not claim authorship of that idea in bringing down the DUPA. Thank you for that. It was declared by the President on the day that he left for the ASEAN meeting. We truly appreciate your listening to the people and bringing it down. But there are much more reforms to be done. I believe that all of us want really reforms and changes that will be felt by our people for bigger fiscal space to give other departments or other programs under DPWH that will really redound to the benefit of our people. Kaya, una, I commend you. Salamat po sa pagbaba ng DUPA na makakasave, sabi nyo, ng 50. Pero sa computation ko, and I'll get back to that later, it should be bigger than 50B. And siguro dapat sagutin nyo yung hiningi ng chair last time, yung natuklasan niyang 271B. At pangatlo, yung sinabi po ng LBRMO staff and the chair staff na wala pa rin po yung September. We don't need the June, July of the previous leadership's allocable and non-allocable. What we need is the 625 billion revised NEP and then give us ano yung ceiling ng district, ano yung hindi alam ng district. And why do I say this, Mr. Chair? Mahalaga po. Kasi di ba nangyayari ngayon, may mga congressman na tatamaan, may mga ibang sa lokal o district engineer na tatamaan, hindi nila alam. Senator Sherwin himself, we were talking yesterday and we were both asking each other, nasa yung malistahan, pareho kaming we were in the dark, wala pa. And then you told me that indeed, in your district, your brother's a mayor, sa inyong Kong, and there are projects you don't know. Then we feared you could be blamed for it, and is that, we were asking each other, yan ba yung allocable? We don't know. So, just to protect everybody who will eventually sign the GAA of 2026, what if kaming lahat dito, tapos pipirma kami, tapos sasabihin natin, pinirmahan nyo, tinanong naman nyo, tanggap nyo yun na may non-allocable, hindi nga eh. Maski po iba na ang tawag natin, gusto lang po namin makita ano yung alam talaga ng congressman, alam ng district engineer, at yung hindi nila alam na maaring alam ng region, na maaring alam ng central na hindi alam ng region. Walang masama po doon in all transparency. Diba? Am I conveying the same message we talked about? Yes. So, wag mo, please, I hope I'm not blamed. Because this, I'm speaking for the team. Kasi nag-usap po kami ng weekend. Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, in relation to those comments by Senator Ligarda, I remember we also requested that the DPWH provide us, kasi kung di po ako nagkakamali, kinors ko kay Yusek Ador Canlas, dahil nagbigay po sila ng proposed fiscal year 2026 DPWH infrastructure program based on HGAB. Ito po yung binigay nyo nung nakaraang hearing. Mr. Chair, ang na-request po natin, kung mabigyan po tayo ng 2025, 2024, and 2023 in the same format. Kasi po ang binigay nila, nakita ko po, is a detailed HGAB. It will not permit easy comparison eh. Dito po, kung gamitin po natin itong format na to, sinabi ko naman sa ito, Yusek Ador, ang daling ikumpara, halimbawa po yung National Capital Region, 26.6 billion, di ba? So makikita natin sa 2025, 24, and 23 kung ano yung latag. Because I remember, sinabi ko kay Secretary Dizon na ang pinaka-importante, mahimay natin, kasi ang importante rito yung allocation po ng finite resources ng ating bansa. Region 1, 24 billion, CAR, 17 billion. Sana sa ganitong format din po, napakadali na ikumpara natin yung 4 na taon, madadali po tayo eh. Yun po yung aking request nung nakaraang hearing, kung matatandaan po ninyo. Hindi po yung detalye. Mawawala na po tayo doon pagka yung detalye. If you were the one who submitted this format, in the same format sana, HGAB po, hindi po yung NEP. So, kung HGAB, puro HGAB po yon 2023, 24, 25, meron na pong 26. So, tatlong taon na lamang po ang inihingi namin to permit easy reference and comparison. Pwede po.
Go ahead, Yusek Conti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the kind permission of the Secretary, I would like to address first the manifestation and comment of Senator Lauren. Ma'am, tama po kayo at nagpapasalamat po kami sa inyong pag-promote and transparency, accountability, and fiscal discipline dito po sa ating budget process. And I'm conferring with Director Bote. Tomorrow morning, we will be submitting as requested, Mr. Chairman, yung pong hinihingi nyo na allocation per district, kasama na po yung allocation in totality per region so that the committee will be properly guided po based po doon sa request po ni Senator Lauren.
Yusek, i-ano lang po namin, i-stress lang namin, based on HGAB.
Yan, apo. And number two, yung request po ni Senator Marcoleta, we will be furnishing you with the 2023, 2024, and 2025 HGAB following the format submitted
Yes, sir.
similar to 2026.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Chairman.
Kasi po itong binigay nyo based on GAA eh. Kaya medyo hindi comparative. At Yusek Ador, nasabi ko rin sa iyo na pwedeng isama rin yung sa party list. Kasi dito po sa sinabit ninyo, itong 2026, based on HGAB, walang party list dito eh. Bakit ko po ini-insist yun? Meron pong party list kasi na contractor congressman. Alam na po ninyo siguro kung sino yung sinasabi ko. Yung pong ordinary party list, masaya na siya sa 150 million allocable. Pero po yung contractor party list, iba po yun. Kaya gusto po naming makita, this is still in relation to the truthful allocation. Dito po nagkakaroon ng problema. Pwede po ba yun? Isasama po natin ang party list. Dito po sa HGAB po ninyo, 2026, wala pang party list.
At tama po Mr. Chairman, because the party list wala ko siyang distrito will try to extract as
Opo,
much as possible.
wala kami gano'n kasi
Kung ano lang po available.
nationwide po kami. Pero
Yes,
makukuha nyo kung ilan po yung na-allocate per party list. Tama po.
Mr. Chairman, to be quite honest, I'm asking. I think ang makakaalam lang daw po according to Asek Bote or would be the Committee on Appropriations in the House. Kung HGAB po ang pinag-uusapan natin.
Nahihirapan po kaming kumuha nun eh. Kasi
nga
po
po.
kayo, makukuha nyo rin eh. Lahat ng party list, alam po ninyo yung mga projects nila eh. So doon na lamang po natin kunin.
We will try our best, but according to our budget staff po, Mr. Chairman, parang medyo bulag ho ata kami doon eh. Bulag ang DPWH kung which party list got this, that got this. Kasi nga ho, there's no district eh.
Kasi po kami naniniwala, mas authentic yung makukuha nyo kasi kayo yung nakakaalam ng mga
We
projects
will try
nila.
our best. Mr. Chairman, we will try our best po. But right now po, parang yeah. We will try our best, Mr. Chairman. But I'm being told now that it's very difficult, close to impossible to extract which district, which projects and saan yung inallocate for the
Bigyan ko kayo ng
party
clue
list.
para hindi po kayo mahirapan, Secretary. Yung mahihirapan lang kayo, konti lang yun. Kasi yung mga contractor party list, congressmen yun eh. Yun pong ordinary party list lang, kagaya ng Sagip party list, 150 million lang po yun eh. Pero pagka yung malalaking party list po na contractor talaga, yun lang ang pagsikapan ninyong itotal. Doon po makikita yung lopsidedness. Meron pong distortion talaga dyan. Mga contractor po sila eh.
Mr. Chairman, we will also write the Committee on Appropriations and seek their assistance also kung paano po ang kung maibibigay nila sa amin yung detalyeng yun. But as of now, I don't think we have that information. Meaning we cannot extract from the HGAB specifically kung which line items, which projects were allocated or allotted to a particular party list representative.
Sa planning
Unlike the district. Unlike the
planning
districts.
service ninyo, Secretary, nakukuha po yun.
Sige po.
Kasi si Yosek Cabral noon, alam niya lahat yun eh.
Sige po, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, Yusik Cabral is no
Mr.
longer in the
Chair.
department, but we will try our best. No?
Mr. Chair.
Senator Tulfo.
Yeah, I would just like to ask the planning service sa finance ng DPWH. Ito ba yung sinasabi because walang specific na district yung budget at saka so maaring may naririnig kasi ako when I was in the House of Representatives na pwedeng bumili si ganito ng pondo kay ganito. Hihingin ni congressman ganito kay congressman ganito yung pondo. Where in fact, naka-allocate sa district niya, dadalhin sa kabilang district or ibibenta. I know you've heard about that. I mean, Mr. Secretary.
We have heard similar stories, Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
na yung pondo niya, pwede kong bilihin and dalhin ko, pwede ko ibenta ulit hanggang sa 3 kamay magpapasa-pasa. So, from 20%, nagiging 30, naging 40,
Yes.
hanggang sa wala nang natira because nga binenta yung pondo. Could it be, ito na nga yung sinasabi ni Senator Marcoleta, yung
we have heard
allocable na ito,
we have heard, Mr. Chairman, similar stories and we've gotten similar information na yung bentahan, bilihan, yung parking, yung sagasa, yung mga ganyang mga terminologies. I think this is actually part of the ongoing investigation by the Independent Commission right now. And we have been asked to submit documentation as well for this. But as to kung itong mga sa party list ay kasama dito, well, it's possible po na kasama yan. Although, like I said po, mukhang hirap kaming at least sa department na i-identify kung magkano yung mga yan, saan yan, kanino ginagay. No, yun po ang medyo, I think we have a bit of a hard time getting all that
Mr.
details.
Chair,
Senator Lloyd.
salamat po sa inyong sagot, Secretary. Kaya nga, last week pa namin hinihingi yung NEP revised, allocable at non-allocable, maski iba na ang salita, district project at non-district, doon makikita yung kanilang hinihingi. Yung pong tanong nila, doon makikita. Kasi yung hindi po alam ng district engineer, titingnan natin. Hindi alam ng congressman, district engineer at ng mga mayor sa distritong yon, alam dapat ng region. Pag hindi alam ng region, alam dapat ng central. Pag hindi po nila alam lahat, tatapyasin ng Eagle Eye Chairman. Ganun lang po yun, di ba?
Mapo.
So I think what we're asking for will address the concerns of the other senators. If we are really serious, and I'm
Yes.
sure you are serious about cleaning up the system.
Yes. Ma'am, I think
Thank you.
there was just a little bit of confusion on the terminologies because in the revised NEP, the new team actually did away completely already with the concept of allocable, non-allocable. No? I think in the letter of Undersecretary Conti, ma'am, Mr. Chairman, to the Honorable Senator, we explained our process, but sabi naman ni ma'am na we will just submit it based on legislative justice para lang makita. Naintindihan ko na po ngayon no yung point ni Senator Loren na all we want is, let's say X district got this much, we will validate with a congressman or the district office there.
To shorten your work,
Yes.
hindi na kailangan po i-validate. Ito, 625, di ba yung NEP revised? Per district po, yung
Magkano?
yung sa district ito, yung region or central ito. So, inibalong nyo yung pangalan, hindi lang natin ginagamit allocable
Yes.
and non-allocable. Kasi,
Understood, ma'am.
just to simplify, sabi po ni Director Bote, ang allocable, yung ceiling po ng budget ng congressional district, allocable. O sige, ayaw nyo gamitin yun, ayaw din namin. So, tawagin natin district projects. Yung hindi po district projects, tinatawag sa dating leadership ng non-allocable. Ayaw po natin gamitin yon. Di tawagin natin non-district projects. Pag hindi po alam ni district engineer at ni congressman at ng lokal, di region siya o central siya o question mark, sino pa? Di ba? Ganun po. So, district, non-district. So, district, synonymous to allocable. Non-district, synonymous to non-allocable. Yung tinatanong po nila, parking, sagasa, whatever, ay siguro sa non-allocable dati. So, aalamin natin, doon lang natin makikita yung hugis at yung maaring mga tabang pwedeng putulin kung makita natin yung non-allocable synonymous to non-district. Tama ba ho? Thank you. Agree ba?
Very clear, ma'am.
Nakikita-
Now, Director Bote and
But you have to
Undersecretary.
identify for us, hindi lang yung suma total, this district, 1B. Hindi. Lagay nyo, 500 district, 500 previously known as non-allocable, now called non-district. Ganun lang. At for all you know, these are national convergence. Malay mo may highway doon. Malay mo may, ganun lang. Ganun lang. Pero detalya. Oo. Thank you, Mr.
Very
Chair.
clear, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, very clear po. I was told po by ASEC Bote and Yusek Nick, they can submit this by tomorrow morning.
Submit to the committee, Yusek. I think ang punto naman ng mga senators, Secretary Dizon, in the past kasi bigla nilang may lumalabas na project. No? At kung nasundan natin yung Blue Ribbon hearing, sila na nagsasabi, yung mga resource persons, sila Bernardo, sila Alcantara, na kaya nilang maglagay ng project nang hindi alam ng local government, hindi rin alam ng mga congressmen. No? Ang usapan, ika nga, nasa taas. That's the point Senator Loren and the rest of the senators are trying to make. So that makikita natin kung ano yung mga projects na coordinated on the ground, ano yung bigla nilang dumadating dahil may usapan na sa taas. That's the point. No? So just submit to the committee, Yusek, para maano natin.
We will, Mr.
Ma-process
Chairman,
natin.
thank you po. Very clear na po ngayon. Ma'am, thank you so much.
Secretary, we go to red flag 1.
Yes, just again, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, maybe 5 examples na lang po. No?
5 examples lang, no?
So just to summarize, next slide please. Projects with no station numbers. Ito po, no, yung po yung observations ng committee, which we agree. Projects with no station limits now have been updated with station limits. For school buildings, station limit is obviously not applicable. So yung school ID number na lang po ang ginagay natin para po klaro na it is a real and not a guni-guni school, no, para lang ho very clear. So next, so there were 4,566 identified by the committee. Again, we're very, very thankful po for identifying these. As of yesterday, 4,085 have been corrected with station numbers amounting to 180.3 billion out of the 201.3 billion. So ito po yung nasubmit na namin. I think there are already specific annexes to this. And the breakdown per region is as follows. Now, just to give some examples, ito po, for example, sa Cordillera ulit, no, ito po ay isang, I guess, new road, Cagayan, Padig, Cupis Road leading to Nabuangan River in Barangay Cagayan, Apayao. No, 69.5 million. Naglagay na po ng station numbers ito from start to end, no. This is an example of this. No, may station hindi ko nababasa. Meron naman yan. No? Next slide, sorry. Ito po, no. So from the old line item, sorry, which without station numbers, ngayon po meron na. So same project but now station 7 plus 543.00 to station 8 plus 933 Barangay Cagayan Corner Apayao. So this is just an example. Another example in the NCR. This is a school building, Mr. Chairman, obviously, and it is a retrofitting of a multipurpose building, which is a school building in Moises Salvador Elementary School, Manila, 103 million, and this is these are the geotag coordinates as well as the school ID number, and you will see it in the next slide. Next slide, please. Ito na po, no? Instead of retrofitting of multipurpose building Moises Salvador Elementary School, Manila City, it is now retrofitting of multipurpose building Moises Salvador Elementary School, school ID number 136464, Maceda Building, Manila. So ito po, no, ang example naman ng eskwelahan, no. And by the way, Mr. Chairman, and again thanks to the committee, from now on ganito na po ang gagawin ng DPWH in future budgets, no. Talagang it will be as detailed as possible na with either station numbers or school ID numbers for school buildings. Maybe we can go to the Visayas as an example. So ito, Capiz, no? It is a road, no? 100 million, ito na po yung can you go to the old name? Ano to? So I suppose this is a continuation. So meron na pong kilometer, K0011 plus 078 to K0011 plus 688. So I guess this is the number of meters, no? Number of linear meters. Maybe one more in the Visayas, maybe. Negros Island region. Again, construction of road, Barangay Cangabo, La Libertad, Negros Oriental, 38.7 million. This is the picture. And then there will now be station numbers, station limits. No, station 2 plus 670 to station 3 plus 970, La Libertad, Negros Oriental. And maybe finally in Mindanao, Zamboanga del Norte, again, a picture of the road with the geotag locations, and then for 20 million pesos, and then the station limits, the new name will be construction of the road with station 000. I think it is a new road, that's why it's station 00 to station 1 plus 000. So 1 kilometer po yung gagawin for 20 million pesos. So again, moving forward po, ganito na ang gagawin natin through the district engineering offices. Can we go back to the first slide, please? Mr. Chairman, again, the second slide, 4,085 have been identified. Out of the 4,566, so almost 500 projects have not yet been identified, totaling roughly about 21 billion pesos. Again, we were requesting for more time, but again, if we are not able to provide, then we would welcome the committee removing these projects that have not been validated and stationed from the HGAB, Mr. Chairman. But similar to the red flag number 4, we hope we can get a little bit more time. But if not, of course, we leave that to the discretion of the committee.
Secretary, in your review of these projects, lahat to legitimate projects, meaning itong mga projects merong talagang pagdadaanan yung kalye, meron talagang i-construct na kalye in your review.
Yes, according to the implementing offices, that is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Then if that's the case, ganun na rin until Friday. Let's give it, kasi konti na lang, no? We're talking about 500 projects eh.
Opo,
Let's give it
500
until Friday para at least matapos na
Opo.
natin to.
And again po, kung hindi po ma-validate at hindi po mabigyan, then
Yes, kung hindi talaga, by
remove
Friday,
them. By all means.
tatanggalin na lang natin yun.
Maraming salamat po, Mr.
Actually,
Chairman.
because of this hearing and the interventions of our senators, may mga nag-reach out sa amin. Like for example, I'll flash this on the screen, si Congressman Colliantes. Nag-reach out sa amin. Sabi niya, itong tatlong project, doble to, no? Duplicates. So sabi niya sa Committee on Finance, yan.
We have, Mr. Chairman, we have also
Yeah.
received the same letter from Congressman Colliantes from Batangas. We have also received a similar letter from Congressman Biron of Iloilo, also saying na hindi niya alam yung proyektong yan, so pwedeng pakitanggal na lang. So, and obviously, I mean, we will be, opo.
So, buti si Maite.
Maybe this is what the
Yeah.
point of Senator, which is well taken po.
Nag-reach
Thank
out
you,
siya
Mr.
sa
Chairman.
committee for the committee to consolidate or to remove itong mga project na ito. But this is an example na yung mga congressmen, they themselves on the ground, hindi nila alam na may doble, no, na ganito. At siyempre, baka nangyari ito galing sa central, binaba, hindi nila alam. Kung merong usapan sa taas, madadamay sila. No? So sila nag-reach out sa amin. And then, yes, go ahead.
Sir,
Yeah.
paano yun? We commend the congressman who wrote you, si Maitet, o anak niya. Pero, paano yun? Bababa naman yung kanilang NEP at GAB. Dapat palitan naman ng tamang project. I-restore naman. Di ba? Mr. Chair, di ba fair lang? Kasi,
Hindi na sa kanila, no? But in this
sa
case, the
erata
letter.
nila. Pwedeng
Depende na sa
i-erata.
kanila.
Papayag tayo.
Mr. Chairman, in fact, I think this is a very, very important point, no, of Senator Legarda, and very, very welcome point, because as you know, I mean, we need to build roads, we need to build bridges, we need to build classrooms. So, if the congressman, for example, Congressman Colliantes has a different project in mind, then we can include it as an agency errata. no, to the Committee on Finance.
Pag classroom ang gusto, para
Sa
siguro
DepEd po
mas
siguro
less
yan.
corruption pag classroom. Paano yun? Eh hindi naman sa inyo. I-erata nyo from your budget, pero kayo magko-construct, pero DepEd budget yun. So how will it be reflected in the GAA pag classroom? Can it be called a multi-purpose tapos gagawing classroom? Pwede ba yun? Legal ba yun? Because ang nagko-construct naman ng classroom, DepEd. DPWH from the DepEd budget, although now may options. So, to be fair to the congressman, ayan. So, parang hindi magalit ba congressman sa akin na binababa namin lahat dito. Kung pinapalitan nila dahil hindi nila alam, di yung kanilang NEPGAB, bababa naman for being honest. Why should the honest ones, I'm not saying the others who are not nagsusuplong, hindi honest. Pag ibig sabihin yung eagle eyes, kamukha ng chair, tas isusumbong, mababawasan man mga tao niya. So kung i-compute po yung per capita sa kaniyang distrito, liliit, di parang disincentive ito, hindi na ako magsumbong, bababa ang NEP at GAB ng distrito ko, ang dadaling ko sa distrito, konti. That's not being trapo ha, that's not being corrupt ha, because people really look at the benefits per capita ng representante na tinutulong sa distrito. So siguro naman po, sa mga valid na proyekto, gaya ng classroom, multipurpose pwedeng classroom, pwedeng palitan dahil sa hindi alam. Kung papayag yung chair, that's my simple question. What is the legal way of doing an errata of a valid project? Thank you. Paano po yun?
I think ang process is we can amend, but we need to know kung anong exactly i-amend natin kasi yung need on the ground mas kabisado ng congressmen and LGU yan no. So we need to get guidance from the congressman or the LGU pagdating sa ganyan.
Is it,
May mga
Tama si Chair, hindi raw errata, sabi ni Attorney Doblon at ni DG Irene, amendment, pero hindi siya individual. It's an institutional amendment because of all these changes now. It's not just one district, 2, 3. It's really districts na nakakita ng flags or bumaba ang kalang NEPGAB not on their own doing. Let's say nagsimula ang NEP sa 3, naging 1 kasi maraming nagtakbuhan na daga na natakot sa district or kasi natanggal yung flood control, i-institutional amendment. Kamukha yung kay Maitet na distrito, siya ang nagsabi sa chair, wag naman parusahan na nawalan yung mga tao niya, papalitan, let's say, ng classroom or whatever na valid. Tama, amendment. O sige, sige. I just wanted to manifest that. Thank you,
Mr. Chair, if I may po, I think, bottom line no, para maintindihan po tayo ng mga kababayan natin, I think all we all want is to make sure that the projects are beneficial to the communities and the districts. I think without these projects becoming ghost projects or substandard projects or projects na pinagkakakitaan lang. I think that is the objective of everybody. And we fully appreciate po the suggestions of the committees, the projects that have been pointed out by the committee. And we will work po on the proper mechanism by which we can correct all these problems that we have, that the committee has pointed out, that some congressmen have pointed out, so we can really have a budget that will really be beneficial to the districts and the communities at hindi na nanakawin po. So we will work po with pasensya na po, I thought na pwede pang mag-agency errata. I was just informed na hindi na daw pwede at this point. But we will work with the Committee on Finance po for the appropriate institutional amendments that need to be made to make sure na maayos po itong budget ng DPWH ng 2026. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator
Secretary.
Loren.
Meron din akong example na baliktad naman, no? Si Mayor Biazon reached out to us. Ito kasi na-point out namin sa Muntinlupa. On the same year, may construction, 10 million, and then on the same year, may rehab. Teka, Carla. On the same year, may rehab, no, sa Muntinlupa. But he explained to us that this barangay, itong barangay Putulan, malaki ito. In fact, yung 30.3 million, 5 project pala ito in different areas. These are legitimate projects. Balik. these are legitimate projects. No? Hindi siya ghost project. Meron talaga siyang mga lugar. Ang problema nga, dahil generic yung entry, no, hindi natin malaman ngayon na 5 project pala ito. No? So, kawawa naman yung LGU, na-accuse siya ngayon na, or kawawa naman yung congressman or LGU, na-accuse siya na mali itong project, pero sa totoo, beneficial pala sa tao nila, no? Dahil 5 project to. So, may maraming ganitong project na pag ganitong malalaking barangay, I suggest, i-granular pa natin, identify yung kalsada. Diba? I-specify natin yung kalsada para hindi naman ma-accuse yung local government or yung congressman na itong project na ito ay hindi tama, no? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, ito nga po, no, and first time ko pong nakita itong complexities ng DPWH budget, no? And tama po kayo, no? And I think the key here to ensure transparency and to ensure that natama yung mga proyektong may implement is really to go very, very granular. Ang napansin po kasi natin dito, dahil nga siguro napakahaba na ng budget ng DPWH, I think this is over 700 pages in the GAA, no, nagiging generic po ang line items. When in fact, dapat mas granular, mas specific. And I think this is the right direction moving forward. And if we could get a copy po of the details here, then maybe, you know, we can have it validated and then just resubmit, no, a more included in our submissions for Friday po, Mr. Chairman, no?
I think yung mga ganito mas alam to ng mga district engineer.
Yes.
No? Kasi like itong document on the right, ito binigay siya lang sa amin to ni Mayor Biazon dahil meron siyang, I guess binigay sa kanya ito ni Congressman Fresnedi. But itong ganitong document, nasa district engineer siya, hindi namin alam yan eh. Nasa GAA, basta nakita namin sa GAA is rehabilitation of multipurpose building. Yun lang. Hindi namin alam na 5 project pala ito. No? So, we'll request the district engineer kung meron mga ganito. Na legitimate naman, no? Valid naman yung project, i-breakdown na nila, no? By street para granular yung ating description. No?
Thank you po. And Mr. Chairman, we will also need your help as well, maybe with the Department of Budget and Management, because there will also be some need for some readjustments with the budget nomenclature, no, yung how the line items are described and named. Kasi po minsan doon din masyadong generic din po ata yung nomenclature ng DBM, and I think we need to be more granular and specific, and that needs to be allowed po in maybe starting this budget i-allow na, no, para ho mas klaro sa ating mga kababayan, no. Thank you very
Secretary,
much.
itong gamitin natin itong nangyayari as a rude awakening for all of us to reform even our budget nomenclature, our budget process, even the way we craft the budget itself, no? And this is where kami dito sa Senado, yun rin gusto rin namin maayos, na pagdating sa budget, walang room for discretion. Implement lang. Pag in-approve yung budget, ang department implement lang ng tama, hindi implement ng mali, implement ng tama. So yun ang aming ginagawa ngayon. Linalagyan na namin ng detalye para wala ng room ang mga corrupt officials na paglaruan yung generic titles. So ito yun ang ginagawa namin ngayon sa Senado.
We agree po 100%, Mr. Chairman. Thank you po.
Question lang, a little tweaking of the allocable. I am told in some districts, pati ang district office implements non-allocables. Kaya nga naguguluhan ako, kala ko pag i-define natin yung non-allocable na above the district, pero meron din daw ibang distrito na ang tawag sa project ay non-allocable. So na-confuse na naman ako. Baka Senator Marcoleta can help me explain. Anong ibig
Yes.
sabihin nun? Yes, thank you.
Senator Dizon.
Mr. Chairman,
Secretary Dizon.
thank you very much to Senator Lauren again. I mean, her wisdom through the years really shows, because that is exactly one question I asked also when I came in. Bakit may mga halimbawa kasi di ba may thresholds of authority ang mga district at regions, no? 150 sa district, 400 sa region, binaba na po natin yan, kinagahati na po natin yan. Pero apparently, the secretary can delegate authority, even if it is above. Say, the region is 400 only, but the project is 500 million. The secretary po pala can delegate authority via an order to the region even if it is above na the threshold. No? So pwede po palang gawin yon. So I think that is what has happened.
It's really kayo po ang mag-identify sa list of district projects per congressional district. Ano yung allocable or non-allocable? Kala ko it's as simple as pag sa district, ito. So meron din pala within the district pero ang tawag dati non-allocable. So maybe you should identify when you submit tomorrow, ito ay district projects na alam talaga ng district engineer na vinet ng district. Para sagot ni engineer, to be fair to him or her, sagot niya. Pero ito, ini-implement sa district, hindi niya alam. Binigay ng region o ng central, care of. Kanino? Para, ano naman siya, kawawa naman yung mga, tapos kung may nag-park doon, kung ano man ang tawag niyong salitang yon, kawawa naman kung maputukan siya later on, kung substandard, tas ay hindi ko po alam yan, pinakausap sa central, kawawa naman yung DE, di ba? Sige.
Absolutely correct, Mr. Chairman, ma'am. We will do that.
Senator Marcoleta?
Pwedeng magtanong ng paiba naman. Mr. Chair, gusto kong tanungin sana ang ating secretary kasi noong September 11, 2025, kayo po ay nag-file ng criminal complaints doon sa 20 opisyales ng DPWH, DEO, First District ng Bulacan. Tama po. At noong September 19, 2025, sa order po ng ating then acting Ombudsman Dante Vargas, 16 of them were placed under suspension. Ano po ang status ngayon ng mga yun?
Mr. Chairman, yung pong 16 na yon, suspendido pa din, but we have already initiated dismissal proceedings dun po sa 16. Yung po kasing 4, na-dismiss na po yon. Si Alcantara, si 20 po kasi yung opisyales na yon, no? Na nakasuhan sa unang kasong final natin before the Ombudsman for the First District of Bulacan. Yung pong 4, si Alcantara, Hernandez, Mendoza, Duya, ay 2 Mendoza, Alcantara and Hernandez ay na-dismiss na po. Yung pong 16 ay suspended pero ongoing na po ang kanilang dismissal proceedings under civil service rules.
Kaya ako po tinanong yun, Mr. Chair. Noon po kasing September 17, 2025, the acting Ombudsman Dante Vargas issued an office order na ang nangyari po, lahat po ng criminal or administrative complaints that were filed within 10 days prior to that order, meaning to say, magsisimula ng September 7 to 16, mawawala yung docket number. Ang epekto po noon, dalawa po ang epekto. Halimbawa po yung September 15, 2025, wala pong connection ng DPWH dito. Kaya ko lang nabanggit yung September 15, 2025 complaint. Ito po ikasali doon sa 10 days na inalisan po ng docket number prior to September 17. So, ang epekto po ng September 15, 2025, ito po yung pinail ni Acting Mayor Baste Duterte. So dahil naalisan po ng docket number yung final niya, dahil na-cover po ng office order, yung pong ombudsman natin nakaligtas. Dahil ang immediate effect po ng pagkakaalis ng docket number, these cases will now be under evaluation. Sa mga tweet, hindi sa active case. Kaya po si Ombudsman ay nakakuha ng clearance at nakalusot po yung aking kaibigan, Crispin Rimulya, as now the Ombudsman. Kaya po binabanggit, yung pong inyong pinail ay covered po eh. September 11 po kasi sa mga tweet, kung naalis din po ng docket number yon, nalagay sila ngayon sa evaluation process. So sa mga tweet, kung makikita ninyo, walang basis yung preventive suspension. Because they became cases under evaluation. Napansin po nyo, Secretary? While it benefited the Ombudsman, the applicant Ombudsman at the time, hindi po nagkabisa yung suspension ninyo. Because both of these cases were covered under the order issued by Dante Vargas. So may nagsasabi nga, Mr. Chair, kapag ikaw ay nanalangin para umulan, kinakailangan ay pagtiyagaan mo yung putik na idudulot nito. So nasaan po ngayon yung suspension?
Opo. So hindi pa, right now po, ang immediate po kasi naming naging action pagka-file namin ng kaso ay ito nga po, no? Nag-show cause order kami sa lahat to initiate administrative proceedings against the 16 na hindi pa dismissed. Nagpa-show cause order na kami agad-agad sa kanila para masimulan na po yung administrative case against them, no? And in the process of that, when we received the suspension order from the Ombudsman, sinuspend na ho namin at
Which is
nag-appoint.
ineffective. Yun ang sinasabi ko
Opo. Pero right now po, hindi naman po ginif. So right now, they are all suspended. No? At ongoing na po yung administrative process against them. So for all intents po sa amin, at least sa administrative case, tuloy-tuloy lang po kami, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary, nakikita ko po kasi dito, meron kang USEC for Regional Operations. Merong isa ring USEC for Regional Operations. Parang si USEC Bisnar yata, Luzon. O ika naman, no ka rin ka USEC. Pasensya na po kayo, Kapampangan kasi kaya. Visayas, Mindanao. Pero, Mr. Secretary, yung DPWH Undersecretary for Luzon has responsibilities that include, among others, overall supervision and control over operations of all regional offices in Luzon, control over all DPWH funded infrastructure projects, including those funded by other agencies and implemented by the DPWH in his area of assignment. Tama po?
Tama po, Mr. Chairman.
So, napakalaking responsibilidad po ito. Pinagtiyagaan ko pong ipagtanong ang pinanggalingan po ni Yusek Bisnar. Medyo nakakabahala po. Pasensya na po, ano? Noon pong August 15, 1998, Yusek Bisnar, hanggang October 4, 2000, or 2 years and 1 month, kayo po ay nasa PHAU Headquarters Support Service, HSS. Ang ibig pala sabihin ng PHAU, ito po yung Personnel Holding and Accounting Unit na nakakabahala po ang kalagayan sapagkat ito po pala ay mga police personnel assigned to PHAU for various reasons, including secondment to other agencies, those on study leave, or those under floating status, such as personnel with pending criminal investigation, etc., etc. And then in January 16, 2002 to November 7 to 2002, ganun din po, PHAU HSS. Ganun din po sa November 8, 2002 to 2003, 4 months ito. Ang pinaka medyo madugo rito, Secretary, PHAU HSS, March 4, 2003 to March 15, 2012, or a period of 9 years. Ano po ang, bakit po kayo naka-float ng ganito katagal pong panahon? More than, from 1998 to 2012, it's more than 11 years. Were you in floating status, sir?
Mr. Chair, with the permission of the
Go ahead,
Secretary.
Yusek.
From 1998 to 2001, Mr. Chair, I was detailed to the Presidential Anti-Organized Crime Task Force.
What is that, sir?
The Presidential Anti-Organized Crime Task Force.
Yun
Mr.
yung
Chair.
PAOK-TF.
Yes, sir.
That's 2001 to
1998 to 2001 or 2002, Mr. Chair.
1998. Pero nagkaroon po kayo ng you obtained your bachelor's degree, Philippine Military Academy, 1986-1990 po.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Meron kayong Doctor of Veterinary Medicine, University of the Philippines, Los Baños, 1986 to 1985 to 86.
I attended the
Did you finish
the
this?
program.
Apparently, parang hindi nyo naman nakumpleto. Tama?
It's only for 1 year,
1 year.
Mr. Chair.
And then, meron kayong associate degree in nursing in Houston Community College System in the United States.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Did you complete this?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And then, meron kayong Master in Management, Philippine Christian University, 2014. Nakumpleto nyo ito.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Did you complete it?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure of the exact-
Masteral degree, you completed it in 1 year?
It's a master's program offered by the PCU, Mr. Chair.
So it's not a degree, it's a program. Nakasulat po kasi sa ninyong background ay masteral degree.
It's a degree, Mr. Chair, offered by PCU.
How can you complete a masteral degree in 1 year?
It's in tandem with the officer senior executive course that they offered. There are a lot of us who graduated from that program, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Secretary, kasi yung concern lang naman dito, palagi siyang nasa PHAU, HSS. Parang hindi naman ibig sabihin ay walang makikita talaga. Ano ba yung nangyari within, let's say, 11 to 12 years na palagi siyang nasa PHAU? Meron pang PHAU, Directorate for Personnel and Records Management. So this is clerical. This is something clerical. Ngayon po ay without belittling the capacity, hindi ko po siya kilala. I'm only basing on Kasi po noong 2003, kayo po ay, nung makuha po nyo yung associate degree in nursing in Houston Community College, nakakuha po ba kayo ng student visa? Yung F1 visa?
No, no, Mr. Chair.
Naging immigrant kayo?
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, by 2003, I was dropped from roles by the PNP. And prior to that, I applied for study leave and emergency leave.
Did
to
you
the
apply
US.
for citizenship or did you become immigrant?
I did not apply for citizenship.
Pero naging
Mr. Chair.
immigrant kayo?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
But citizenship is a requirement for PNP members under Republic Act 6975. You know that, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
So kung wala po kayong F1 visa, paano kayo nakapag-aral sa Houston University Community College?
When I was already dropped from roles by the PNP in 2003, sir, that's the only time that I applied, Your Honor.
Or immigrant status?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Secretary, kaya ko lang po tinatanong to, hindi po kasi malinaw ano po yung nangyari kay Yusek kasi PHAU parang meron siyang negative impression na floating status, parang may nakagawa siya ng kasalanan. Dito po kasi doon po nung 2003, Yusek, meron po kasing report na you were dropped from the rolls and then it was instead modified to 30-day suspension. Sabi niyo, you were dropped from the rolls.
It was eventually modified, Your Honor.
What is this hurling profanities at CIDG officers in April 2022? Meron po kasing report na ganito.
May I be clarified, Your Honor?
According to the limited information available online, then Police Major General Bisnar parked his vehicle in the CIDG National Capital Region Field Unit compound and confronted the guard on duty, claiming the compound gate encroached on the pedestrian lane. Mga ganon. Do you recall that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you have been reported to have berated a police officer assigned at the CIDG for wearing a bracelet at that time.
Yes, Your Honor.
In October 2024, a complaint for grave abuse of discretion and unjust vexation against Bisnar were filed before the Quezon City Prosecutor Office by one Marites Cabilian, a non-uniformed personnel assigned to the PNP Directorate for Controllership.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Secretary, this is a very important position. As I said, I do not know him. I just relied on some of the facts which he admitted today. This is a huge responsibility. It's not only overall supervision, but he will be placed in control over operations of all regions in Luzon. Alam naman po natin dito ang pinag-uusapan natin sa Blue Ribbon Committee na talaga katakot-takot na anomalya po yung ano. I am just a little bit wary na I do not judge your discretion in hiring personnel, Mr. Secretary, but just the same, you may or may not know about all these details. I will probably provide you with this. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, if I may
you.
just make
Yes, go ahead,
quick,
Secretary Dizon.
quick manifestation. First of all po, no, I've worked with Undersecretary Bisnar, former General Bisnar, for several months already. No? Former General Bisnar was recommended to me when I was appointed to be DOTR Secretary in February. And since then, we have worked together very closely. No? He was head of the Office of Transportation Security, our OTS, and together we were able to really work hand in hand to virtually eliminate the problems of laglagbala and other problems facing our airports. No? And from what I know of him, no, he's a man of integrity. He's a man of even anyone who I talk to in the Philippine National Police, no, speaks very, very highly of General Bisnar, and this is why I invited him to join me in this very, very difficult task of cleaning up the DPWH. But nonetheless, any report such as this, of course, is very important to me personally. And just for the information po of the committee and of Senator Marcoleta, I asked the NBI as well as the private sector groups to help me independently vet all the undersecretaries and assistant secretaries that I have personally brought into the DPWH, and that process of independent vetting is also ongoing. That's why the input of Senator Marcoleta is very welcome, because this is something that I do not take lightly. This is very important that we surround ourselves with the right people. As far as I know, and having worked with General Bisnar, he's a man of integrity. He's an honest man and a very, very strict person, which I think is very, very important as we try to cleanse the DPWH from top to bottom. But we welcome any form of independent information from the Senate, from our senators, and of course from any of those private sector groups that we have asked to independently vet our recommended appointees. So thank you very much po, Mr. Chairman and Senator Marcoleta. Thank
Your
you very much
assurance
po.
very relieving, Mr. Secretary. Good luck, Yusek Bisnar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator.
I was listening half the time because I was working here. I just take note, he's a veterinarian, a nurse, and may military background. Ang daming karanasan. Interesting, di ba? And I guess galing sa PMA, may disiplinang militar. I'm biased kasi galing ako sa reservist ako eh. Yes, so military training, FVR. Anyway, intrigue lang ako, veterinary, medicine, tapos nag-nursing, tapos military pa. I mean, hindi ko po narinig lahat ng sinabi ni, yun, nakita ko lang yung background, tapos ngayon DPWH, medyo multitasker pala, at saka general pala. Okay.
Naisip ko
thank
kasi, Mr. Chair, na bakit hindi siya sa DOH o kaya sa Department of Agriculture eh.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Senator.
just
Erwin.
to add yung sinasabi po ni Senator Marcoleta na PHAW, I've been a reporter of the PNP. I was assigned sa PNP Press Corps when I was still a journalist. PHAW, it's a correct po yun, holding facility, pero hindi po lahat ng tao na nalalagay sa PHAW ay may kaso. For example, take the case of General Torre, wala po siyang pwesto. Doon nilalagay ang mga police officers na walang assignment. It's a holding facility only, pero it is not a disciplinary office. Rather, it's a facility where you put all your ranking officials, even low-ranking officials, non-commissioned officers, to that office while awaiting for their next assignment. It is not necessarily a disciplinary action office. Well, yung iba nilalagay doon disciplinary, pero marami din ang hindi nilalagay doon na not necessarily mean na may ginawang kasalanan, may atraso. It is just a holding facility. Correct me if I'm wrong, Yusek Bisnar.
That's true, Mr. Chairman. And to give a little context to the complaints that were mentioned, yung mga yun po ay nangyari during at the height of the pandemic, COVID pandemic. I was assigned as the camp commander of Camp Crame. And ako po talaga in-implement ko very strictly yung mga policies and guidelines, especially about pertaining to COVID. And talaga pong maraming nagreklamo against me. Pero ang choice ko po noon is maging lenient pero maraming magkasakit at mamatay, or sundin ko po yung guidance sa Chief PNP at ng task force at that time at makapag-save ng buhay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Marcoleta, Senator Erwin Tulfo. Just to go back to those red flags, kaya importante, Secretary, itong detalye, as granular as possible. Importante talagang na-identify natin yung station number, yung length, kasi paglabas ng JA, pag generic siya, talagang aabusuhin to. May temptation na abusuhin. Pwede nga yung sinabi ni Senator Erwin na ayos pa yung kalsada, bakin na. Worst is ghost project. Kasi nga, pwede niya ipakita, tapos na, pero 2 years ago pala natapos na. So, moving forward, we will strictly implement yung station number, the details, starting this coming 2026 budget. And I'll show you something na dumating lang kagabi, no? Hindi piecemeal yung pagpapakita ko ito sa iyo. But we had to do some quality assurance last night. Kinumpare rin namin yung budget for 2024, 2023, 2024. At may nakita rin kaming mga repeated projects as early as 2023. No? I'll show you a slide. Ito, slide 12, Carla. Kagabi ito dumating kasi yung mga OJT namin sa Pamantasan Luzon ng Valenzuela took time kasi we have to go back to projects as early as 2023. So pag titignan natin in 2025, 2026, yan yung 946 projects. 2024, 2026, 309. 2023 to 2026, 778. Meron rin kami nakitang projects na 3 years nag-appear. 2023, 2024, 2026. 2024, 2025, 2026. Meron rin kami nakitang project na 4 na times nag-appear. No? 23, 24, 25, 26. No? 17 projects. So a total of 1,465 projects to a tune of 26 billion. I'll give you an example, Secretary. No? For 2025, ito yung mga nakita namin. Pinakita ko na rin to sa inyo. Construction of Malolos Diversion Road, City of Malolos, Bulacan. Kikita natin 2 years, parehong-pareho yung title, iba lang yung amount. Next will be, tinignan namin yung 2024. Ito sa Bohol, construction of roads. Carmen, Bohol, in isa construction of road. Wala lang S. No? Carmen, Bohol. Marami ho yan. Ha? And then next will be 2023, construction of road, Barangay Kawayan, Katarman, Northern Samar. Construction of road, Barangay Kawayan, Katarman, Northern Samar. No? And then next, ito yung 2023, 2024, 2026. Divisoria Parallel Bridge ba yan? BR, Bridge? Along Cagayan Valley Road. So makikita natin, ito yung hindi ko maintindihan yung bridge. How can you construct a bridge 3 times? Diba? 2023, 2024, 2026.
Communication problem yan. Kailangan mag-mascom lahat.
Yes, go ahead, Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, thank you again for this and thank you to your staff. No, this is very, very important. My question to the staff that prepared it, are these part of the 946?
No, hindi kasama ito.
Okay, in that case, Mr. Chairman, if I may volunteer again, please give us the list and we will validate
Yes.
this again. No, if it's 1,400 plus, we will validate this again because I think, Mr. Chairman, this is really a problem. This is a recurring problem where in most cases, I think these are continuation
Yes,
of projects that were not finished given the limited funding. Kunyari po yun, no? Itong Divisoria Parallel along Cagayan Valley Road. Yung una niyang funding, 8 million. I'm assuming mahabang kalye yan at 8 million lang ang binigay nung 2023.
But this is a bridge, Secretary.
Bridge
Yun ang
ba?
hindi ko,
Bridge.
yan ang hindi ko maintindihan.
Bridge.
Ano yun?
Pero
Pag ano, how do you...
pwede pong Mr. Chairman, kunyari, no? Pwedeng baka yung 8 million na yan, yung approach pa lang dun sa bridge. No? Tapos, yung 20 million, yan na yung first span, no, nung bridge. At yung susunod, ito na yung final span. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
That's why I think, number one, we need to validate. And the district offices, the regional offices, need to validate and justify this, similar to what they did with the 700 plus. No? Hindi po natin dapat pagampasin yan ng ganyan lang. No? Kailangan i-validate yan. Kung ma-validate, okay. Kung hindi ma-validate, wala tayong choice po. We have to, as Senator Marcoleta said last time, act on the side of caution and remove them. So, Mr. Chairman, I think moving forward with this budget, dapat talaga detalyado. Tama po si Senator Gigarda. This is a communication problem because it is not the same project. It is a continuation of the same project. And that needs to be reflected in the line item, which clearly it is not.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, yes, Senator Irwin.
One quick question lang po kay Secretary Vince Dizon. Malaki pong tinapyas doon sa budget ninyo, lalo na po sa flood control. Pero my question is, well, I wasn't here during the first hearing. Ano po magiging impact nito sa infrastructure? So are we looking at wala na tayong totally flood control? May mga problema pa rin po tayo sa baha. So are we not going to deal with our floods in the future, next year? Hahayaan na lang nating bumaha ang buong Pilipinas? How will you handle this? Malaki-laki po ang tinapyas eh.
250 billion po.
255 billion po eh. So, paano ho ito, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair?
A very, very important observation, Mr. Chairman, by Senator Tulfo. Unang-una po, meron pong naiwan na 15.7 billion na flood control for foreign assisted projects. Ito po yung mga pundado ng mga tanyag na partners natin tulad ng ADB, ng World Bank, ng Japan. No, yan po talaga naman pong makakasiguro tayo na hindi mananakaw yung pondong yan at maayos po ang pagkagawa ng mga flood control projects na yan. Pero ang very important po is na sinabi po ng ating Pangulo, dahil po siniwalat niya at nakita nating lahat na napakalaking pagnanakaw po dito sa mga locally funded flood control projects. Ang sabi po ng Pangulo sa akin at sinabi din niya po ito sa Kongreso na, teka, stop muna tayo. Pero hindi po ibig sabihin nun na wala po tayong gagawin. No? In the next few weeks po, meron tayong i-implement na malaking flood mitigation program together with other agencies of government and local government units. No? Ito po ay ang massive clearing ng ating mga waterways, hindi lamang sa Greater Metro Manila area, kasama na ang Bulacan, kundi sa lahat ng mga major cities po natin and flood-prone areas sa buong bansa. No,
yung na-discover yung Mr. Chair, Secretary, na flood control na binawas ho ninyo, does this mean na hindi sila importante? I mean, does this mean na itong flood control na tinanggal ng Pangulo, it's not really important, ito ay gawa-gawa lang, kaya tinanggal at wala naman magiging epekto kung tanggalin ng Pangulo ngayon, alisin natin itong 255 billion na naka-allocate for flood control. They're not really necessary. Is that what it is?
Unang-una po, no, I think ang naging desisyon ng Pangulo para maiwasan na ang muling pagnanakaw ng scale
Kaya
na
nga,
ganito.
Mr. Secretary, my point is, so nakikita ho ninyo, ni-review ninyo ito, was this your recommendation to the palace? Sir, alisin natin ito kasi parang mukhang may kikita lang dito sa 255 billion. Was it your
Opo,
recommendation?
to be quite frank about it, yes. Kasi nga po, marami, if not halos lahat po siguro, ng mga iniimbestigahan natin from the past, no? Unang-una, hindi na plano ng tama. And I think I'm happy to see Undersecretary C.P. Davidier of the DNR. I think he can bear us out on that, no? Na marami sa mga flood control projects, halimbawa po itong mga revetment, no, yung mga pagtatayo ng mga dike, no? Hindi lang ho sa hindi nakatulong, I think in some cases nakasama pa. No, yun din po ang naririnig namin. Halimbawa, dito po sa mga reklamo ng ating LGUs tulad ni Mayor Joy Belmonte sa Quezon City na hindi lang sa walang epekto, walang magandang dinulot, nakasama pa, no, sa mga areas na dating hindi naman tinayuan nitong mga so-called flood control projects. So, tingin ko po, ang sabi po ng Pangulo, una, hintuin muna natin yung pagnanakaw kasi mukhang ginamit lang to para sa maanumalyang rason. At ikalawa, planuhin na natin ng mabuti. Kaya po ngayon, kami po nakikipag-usap na po ngayon sa DNR, sa UP, sa Project NOAA, sa iba't ibang mga tanyag na ahensya na dayuhan tulad ng ADB at World Bank at JICA para po maplano na natin mabuti. Kaya po sa susunod na taon, kapag obviously kailangan na nating mag-invest muli ng malakihang pondo para sa flood control, ito po ay yung tama ng flood control.
So what you're saying is, Mr. Chair, Secretary, yung flood control ng National Flood Control Program, hindi flood control ni congressman, hindi flood control ni politiko, kundi
Tama
it's
po.
a National Flood Control Program wherein totoo.
Tama
Wherein talagang it will resolve our flooding here in our country. Hindi yung resolba lang doon sa isang lugar at may kumita, pero this one is national
Yes,
in nature.
tama po kayo. National at properly planned flood control mitigation program. Tama po kayo, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Just to thank you for the intervention, Senator Tulfo. Tuloy ko lang yung kanina, no, yung like in 2024, Secretary Dizon, may nakita kaming construction of multipurpose building, Barangay San Sebastian, Jones, Isabela. Ito most likely siguro iba-iba itong location, no? Kung hindi man kagaya kanina napakita natin sa Muntinlupa, iba-ibang location to. Pero if you look at the title, parang isa lang siya, no? Kaya hindi rin fair doon sa LGU at sa congressman dahil baka ma-accuse siya na isang one and the same lang at paulit-ulit lang yung project. Pero may nakita rin kami, next slide, na 4 times nag-appear. 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026. Kagaya ho yan, construction of multipurpose building, Barangay Lapasan, Cagayan de Oro City, Misamis Oriental. Ako, ang suspetso ko dito parang sa Muntinlupa ulit, baka iba-iba ho yan. But the thing is, dahil nga walang detalye, hindi natin alam. Yung mga road construction naman, malamang continuation to. No? Kagaya to construction road in Barangay Kawasan, Lugisan, Cebu. No? Dahil wala ngang station number, hindi natin alam kung ito ay continuation or bagong kalye or what. No? So, I think yung isa-submit nyo sa amin o nasubmit na may station number, malaking bagay yan. No? I think that will solve a lot of the problems dito, majority of the problems. Hindi ko sinasabi na mayroong pong ghost project dito, may katiwalain dito. Ang sinasabi ko lang, posibleng magbukas to ng korupsyon. No? Posibleng magbukas to ng ghost projects na ayaw natin mangyari. So, ibigay namin yung file sa inyo, Secretary. Isama nyo na rin to sa review nyo.
Yes po. Please, Senator, and again, we want to thank you for your efforts here. Kasi, I mean, clearly, this has been going on for a long time already. It probably predates 2023, most likely. No?
And this is beyond you, kasi bago pa ito
Opo.
na na-appoint.
And ano po, para ho sa akin, ayusin na ho natin ang tama ngayon. And please, we will get the list. Again po, no, this is clearly not in the same list that was initially sent to us
it's not.
last week. So, we will include this in our submissions for Friday. And if hindi ho ma-justify, hindi ho mabigyan ng detalye, tatanggalin na lang po natin ito.
Thank you.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Secretary. And thank you for your cooperation. Importante ho yung cooperation nyo dahil
Always
pareho
po.
naman yung gusto natin eh. Malinis yung budget, maging maayos yung budget para hindi na maulit yung 2025 na nangyari and earlier than 2025. No? So I'll jump to another topic. Okay, ma'am. I'll take advantage, Secretary, of your presence and invite namin yung DA dito, si Engineer Pulido. This is about farm-to-market roads. No? And Engineer Pulido, yung last DA hearing, sinabi nyo na walang farm-to-market road na gagawin kung hindi ho nakasali sa FMR network plan. Tama?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Very clear ho yan. Diba? In fact, nasa special provision ho yan. Lalabas ho namin. Nakasulat sa special provision na yung pondo ibibigay sa DPWH pero in accordance with the National FMR Network Plan. So ibig sabihin kahit na DPWH ang implement o construction agency, hindi nila gagawin yan kung wala sa FMR Network Plan. Tama ba Engineer Pulido?
Correct, Mr. Chairman. At
lahat ng FMR na nasa network plan merong scope of work, estimated length in kilometers, specific location for each FMR project. Tama ba?
Correct, Mr.
So
Chairman.
lahat to available na ito.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Correct? Nasa listahan nyo na ho ito.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Kasi nakita ho namin sa GAB na lumaki ang pondo. Slide 26. Lumaki ang pondo ng FMR from 16 billion to 32 billion. So nadagdagan ng 16 billion. So, ang punto ko kasi, naglilinis ho tayo sa DPWH na i-transfer naman natin sa DA. No? Yung pwedeng maging issue. Ngayon, ang tanong ko, itong dagdag na, una yung 16 billion na original, lahat buho yan nasa FMR network plan, yung 16 billion, yung first.
Mr. Chairman, not all of those additional FMRs are included in the FMR-NP. They are yet to be validated, some of which are included, some of which are yet to be validated and included in the FMR-NP.
No, in 2026 NEP, ilan dyan ang pasok sa network plan?
Mr. Chairman, all of the budget under the NEP are included in the FMR-NP. However, for the additional budget included
Yung
in the
una muna na, yung 2026 muna, lahat yan nasa network plan.
Yung nasa
plano
NEP po.
nyo, yung
Apo.
nasa NEP. Itong additional 16 billion, nasa NEP ba yan o hindi na nasa NEP? Nasa network plan nyo pa o hindi nasa network plan?
Hindi po lahat nasa network plan.
Ilan ho dyan ang nasa network plan? Kasi ang iniiwasan ho natin ngayon yung mga FMR na hindi naman pasok doon sa inyong master plan, di ba ho?
Correct, Mr.
Kasi
Chair.
kung hindi pasok sa master plan ho ninyo, di hindi magagamit ng ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda yung FMR.
It has yet to be validated. It's possible that some would be feasible, but there might be possibility that some will not be feasible.
Correct. So
Or
it's,
there could be a duplication
or may
that
duplication rin.
some
diba?
of those FMRs could have already been funded by other agencies,
Correct.
especially in 2026.
So itong nadagdag na 16 billion, ilan ho dyan ang pasok sa inyong network plan?
As of today po, sa 32? Sa 32 billion po ay the validated are already around 24 billion.
Sa 32 billion,
24 billion po ang nasa network plan.
24 billion ang nasa network plan.
So for validation pa po, Mr. Chairman, some of those FMRs.
So yung natitirang 8 billion, wala to sa network plan.
Wala pa po. We still
Hindi,
have
wala
to
pa, wala pa o wala?
Wala pa po ngayon sa network plan.
So kung wala siya sa network plan, dapat hindi gawin.
Mr. Chairman, we have to take also note na nag-evolve po yung network plan, meaning we have targeted that...
Yeah, but not, for purposes of budgeting, hindi pwedeng moving target eh.
Okay.
Diba? Hindi pwedeng moving target. Okay yung prospective. Pero pag maglalagay ka ng pondo, hindi pwedeng maglagay ng pondo tsaka tayo gumawa ng master plan. Parang
po.
sinushoot mo yung master plan sa pondo eh.
Correct po.
Dapat yung pondo ishoot sa master plan, di ba?
Correct po. And marami pa po tayong nasa master plan that has yet to be funded.
Correct. So, ang tanong ko nga, dito sa 32 billion, ilan ho dito ang pumasok na sa, o ilan dito ang hindi pasok sa master plan yung ngayon?
Around 8 billion
So,
po, sir.
11, 8 billion. So, yun ang tanong ko nga kasi yan ang magiging dilemma rin ng DPWH once tinuloy natin yung special provision, hindi nila i-implement in 8 billion.
Correct, sir. The DPWH still has to get concurrence or clearance from the DA that these are indeed validated and feasible po ito. So, DPWH cannot implement those projects unless na-clear po ng DA ito.
So, sayang yung 8 billion. Correct. Tama? Sayang yung 8 billion kasi wala naman sa master plan ninyo. Hindi nila i-implement pero naglagay tayo ng pondo.
Correct, sir.
Diba? That's number one. Number two, nakita rin ho namin, napakinggan nyo naman yung conversation kanina. No? Nakita namin na yung mga FMR, pakilabas nga yung sample ng FMR. Yung mga, hindi, yung list. Yung sa GA. Yung sa GA. Yung sa NEP. Yung sa NEP. Yung sa NEP. Yung sample sa NEP. Ito pala sa GAB. Yung mga FMR ninyo, nakita ko na ganun rin, very generic yung pangalan. Pero under sa special provisions, dapat meron ng location, may length, may specific location, may work program. So ibig sabihin pwede ring ilagay yung station number.
Possible po, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi possible. Dapat ilagay yung station number. Kasi kung ang narinig nyo kanina yung conversation, di ba ho? Kung ang kalsada nalalagyan ng station number, ang school nalalagyan ng school ID, dapat rin yung FMR. Dahil for all intents and purposes, kalsada rin to eh. Kalsada rin ho to. May specific purpose lang nga, no? Farm to market. So, dapat meron din ho tong station number at the very least para malaman ho natin kung nasaan at hindi ho madoble yung FMR.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. We subscribe to the wisdom of putting the station number, but we also have to clear lang po namin that prior to the implementation of the FMRs, DPWH and DA conducts a joint geotagging of the start and the end of the project. So both agencies are aware kung saan po magsisimula at magtatapos yung mga proyekto po ito. But we could also include in the list of the FMRs the specific coordinates, geotag location po nito.
Actually, hindi pa namin ito nabangga yung earlier years, no? Kasi nga, sa dami ng ano. But I am assuming marami rin dito mga repeated projects. In terms of title. In terms of title. Tama?
Mr.
I'm
Chairman,
not saying repeated as in naulit ginawa yung project, but repeated in terms of title. Yung nakita natin sa DPWH. No?
yes, correct, Mr. Chairman. But instead of putting a generic name, we put phase 1 and phase 2 kasi it's possible po na the entire need is 2 kilometers yet the fund allocated is only for 1 kilometer. So we put phase 1 and if case there would be an additional funding for the following year, we put phase 2 on it.
Pero itong mga ito, meron na itong location, may length, at meron ng work program.
Wala pa pong work program. We just have a validated name, coordinates, and the length. But for the program of works, that's the responsibility of the DPWH.
But these are all in your master plan.
Correct, sir.
So pwede nang i-identify, sabi nyo kanina yung coordinates, pwede na ma-identify
Correct,
inlet.
sir.
So ilagay na rin natin.
Correct.
Para hindi na, the same, no? Para hindi magkaroon ng duplication, repeated, hindi rin magkaroon ng discretion on the ground kung anong gagawin.
Correct, sir. We
Alright,
could do that po.
Okay, so submit nyo rin sa amin by Friday?
Yes, sir.
Oo. And then yung 8 billion na hindi ma-track down, kung hindi yan pasok sa master plan ninyo, ang inclination ng Senado, tanggalin na yon. Hindi pasok sa master plan eh.
Or, Mr. Chairman, an alternative would be to look at a possible replacement
Pwede
coming
rin.
from the FMRNP.
Yes, pwede
so
rin.
that means
Pwede
we could allocate for those unfunded, validated,
Okay,
feasible.
we can do that. So, can you suggest to us na rin kung anong ipapalit doon sa mga wala sa master plan?
Sige po, Mr. Chair.
Kayo na rin mag-suggest in that location. Alright, sige. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. You recognize Senator Lauren? Yeah.
Before we proceed with my questions, Mr. Chair, I think you were in the DNR hearing. Yes, I'm glad that Senator JV is also here. I think you were there in the DNR hearing. And Undersecretary Carlos Primo David mentioned about DNR studies on flood control because I asked him about it. And can I have the yung canon? Yeah, I mean it's now. Can you please briefly explain what you explained in the hearing, and not to pit you against another department? Oh, huwag ka mahiya yung sinabi nyo. Sabihin ko rin totoo, hindi po kami pinakikinggan ng DPWH. In so many words, right? Did you say that, or is it my own words? You said there was a plan, you presented it to DPWH, and I said, so what happened? Kasi hindi dapat scientific, nature-based, science-based ang construction. Hindi naman lahat kailangan semento, iba nature-based. But I'll go to that later. But you said that DNR had a plan because I put all the water agencies together and I was asking them one by one. It took us the whole day. Anyway, and you said you had a plan, not you personally, the department submitted to DPWH, but it was not heeded. Am I accurate in my remembering what happened a few weeks ago? Undersecretary David.
Mr. Chair. That was in the context of a meeting I had in 2024 with officials of the DPWH, wherein we were planning for convergence projects. And these are projects that have multiple benefits for flooding, for water supply, irrigation, and so on. DNR and NIA submitted a list of convergence projects to DPWH, but they were not considered during that time.
Pakipaliwanag po, DNR, NIA, and all the water agencies, should there not be clear coordination between the water agencies, and should there not be environment impact assessment for all the flood mitigation measures? Should there not be ECCs granted for all the flood control projects, whether it's a dike, a revetment? And to be fair, as a climate adaptation advocate for 3 decades now, flood mitigation, flood control is a climate adaptation measure. But hindi naman kailangan puro semento. Ay may nature-based solutions, the others naman are infrastructure. So hindi natin minamasama ang flood control na tama yung paggawa. So kindly explain, and do you have a short, I don't know if you have the time for a presentation, but
Mr. Chair, I have a 15-minute
mahaba.
presentation. It's 2 pages long, so baka ikliyan ko na lang.
Chair, wag na 15 minutes, 5
sige.
minutes. O,
Bilisan ko na lang.
Ganun mo lang. Pakita mo
Sige.
lang, and then we just want to know from the agency, DPWH, if indeed you received it and what happened. And maybe I'm wrong, maybe there shouldn't be coordination, maybe you should stand alone and ignore DNR. But in my mind and in my work for decades, I know that infrastructure must take into consideration the natural ecosystem around it. You just don't build a dike without knowing where the water goes. And we cannot fight the water. Kailangan may mga small water impounding, kailangan may mga rain gardens, kailangan may, yung pababa, yung sinasabi ni Sec Babe Singson. Oo, so, yes, Sec Dizon.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to my friend, Undersecretary CP, but Senator Gigarda, Mr. Chair, is absolutely correct. And just to emphasize, for the projects that we have visited and investigated, wala pong ni isang flood control project na may ECC. Wala. Ni isa. Exactly. Yun din po ang tanong namin, ma'am. Yung pong mga binisita ni Presidente, yung mga binisita namin, na iniimbestiga namin ngayon, wala pong ECC. Yun po, wala pong ECC yung mga proyektong yan. So, and I could not agree more with Senator Gigarda, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, to be quite frank, wala nga pong building permit sa LGU Yung pong sa Mindoro, yung pong ginawa po doon ng sa Nauhan, sa bayan mismo ng governor ng Mindoro, ng Oriental Mindoro. Si Governor, yung pong ginawa ng Sunwest at St. Timothy at Alpha Omega. Elite. Wala pong building permit, wala pong ECC. Just for the record, Mr. Chairman, and we could not agree more with Senator Gigarda's observations. Thank you po.
Thank you, Secretary. Yusek, pwedeng pakita mo lang yung 15 minutes mo. Pag sabi ng chair na mag-stop, stop na.
Yes, mabilis
Kung,
lang.
5 minutes mo.
Mabilis.
3 minutes. Sige,
Actually,
sige.
Mr. Chair, sinulat ko na para wala ng ad-lib dito. Okay, next slide please. The DNR, through the Water Resources Management Office, serves as co-chair of the DepDev Infrastructure Committee on the Subcommittee on Water Resources. The SCWR advocates for increased investment in the water sector, aims to reduce duplication of government projects, and promotes accountability and project convergence among the different departments. Next slide, please. In 2023, and this is where everything started, the DPWH submitted 304 billion worth of flood control projects and 14 billion worth of solar water supply projects to the SCWR, which I co-chair, for inclusion in the DBM program convergence budgeting. Next slide, please. The subcommittee requested additional documentation from DPWH, such as master plans and project impact assessments, and agreed as a group that these projects need to be monitored as part of its coordination and policy oversight functions of the SCWR, similar to what we are doing with the other water projects in the different departments. Next slide, please. And so in the beginning of 2024, we started monitoring the flood control projects using DNR regional personnel supported by satellite technology, and this is one tool that I'm promoting that DPWH and other agencies need to utilize. This photo was taken on October 23, 2025, which can clearly mark the start and end of any infrastructure project, may it be a dike or a road or a building. And in terms of identification, it is very, very easy. Next slide, please. We use geospatial data analytics and artificial intelligence in monitoring projects. Since then, we have assessed over 5,300 flood control projects like this one you are seeing, implemented from 2021 to 2024. Next slide. All findings are compiled in an online dashboard that has been shared with PMS, DBM, and DPWH, allowing validation of our assessments on the ground. Next slide. We classify projects into three categories. Validated, meaning they are confirmed to exist and effectively protect communities from flooding. This is about 23% of all the projects that we have assessed. Ghost projects actually come in many forms, not just those that are unconstructed, but also those that are duplicated within the same funding year or in previous years. projects that are located in invalid sites wherein there are no rivers or creeks, or also incomplete wherein the prescribed length is actually much shorter than what is funded. The third kind, next slide please, which I wish to focus on are the poorly situated projects. Here's an example pala of multiple projects in a single river. Ito yung nakakalitong pinag-uusapan kanina. In this slide, in Kamiling River, you will see 8 projects funded in different years with different funding. But if you plot it in a map like this, you will readily see that there are overlaps in the projects. And when you compute for the length versus the total amount, for example, the 99 million pin over there should stop at the next pin, which is 98.5 million. That length is only 200 meters, which means that the dike has a unit linear cost of about 500,000 per linear meter. No, so it is only through geospatial data such as this that you will see some of the other problematic issues related to flood control. Next slide, please. The poorly situated projects are, in my personal opinion, are more important even compared to the ghost projects that we have been investigating. Every time we constrict, block, divert, or alter natural waterways, we change the velocity and volume of water flow. In this particular case, in New Bataan, Davao de Oro, it is clearly seen that the dike constricts the river, makes it straight instead of meandering. And the effect of this is that the flow of water actually becomes faster, and the volume of water that will normally spread throughout its floodplain will now be diverted further downstream, creating more floods downstream. Next slide, please. In effect, constructing river dikes to protect one area often transfers the flood risk to another area. Here's another example in Tarlac, wherein there are 2 dike projects that obviously weren't coordinated to each other. The river flows from left to right, and because there is a gap in the dikes that were constructed, during the rainy season, it is even more possible that the water enters into the community, where in fact previously they probably get flooded, but this time it's actually exacerbated. Next slide, please. Some projects do not put any harm, but are poorly situated because they do not function as a flood control structure. In this particular case, there is water on both sides of the dike, and therefore you're not protecting either side if there's water on both sides. Next slide, please. This one is a small creek that leads into a bigger river. The dikes looks like they were properly constructed. In fact, they are thicker than the creek itself, but they're not protecting any vital assets because on both sides, these are idle lands. This is the result of poor planning, and there are definitely other areas that require protection. Next slide, please. This one I wish DPWH would look further into because we're not an investigating party in this flood control issue, but we transfer everything to those that are investigating, whether it be the Blue Ribbon Committee, DPWH, or the ICI. This is a flood control project within Laguna de Bay, but if you look at the satellite images, they are actually reclamation projects within the lake, right along C6. And so this is a different kind of issue because there are much more permits, environmental impact. Maybe it even causes further flooding within the Laguna Lake area when you do reclamation projects. Next slide, please. there are many. There is far more to be uncovered from the data, and we leave this to those conducting deeper investigations. It also exposes the cost of poorly planned infrastructure. I therefore recommend to this committee that government institutionalize a centralized project database similar to Sumbong sa Pangulo or DBM's Project Dime or the Sandata system or even our own dashboard that we developed in DNR. This will promote better planning, transparency, and accountability across implementing agencies. More importantly, this will assist Congress in allocating funds under the GAA. I also urge the legislature to support a new type of flood control projects. Next slide, please. We have drafted a National Flood Management Master Plan, which should be harmonized with that of DPWH. We advance the IWRM approach, Integrated Water Resources Management approach. We recognize water as a vital national asset, one that includes even floodwaters, which when harnessed, can be used for water supply, irrigation, hydropower, aquaculture, and other productive uses. The principles are very simple, nature-based, protect our watersheds, keep our waterways clear, create natural flood buffers. Instead of diverting water into the ocean, we should impound using man-made lakes, reservoirs, aquifer infiltration, dams, and underground cisterns. Land use planning cannot be highlighted enough. Development away from flood-prone areas, promote open spaces, and effective LGU policies. And therefore, gray infrastructure is a vital component of this strategy, but it should be cost-effective, properly placed, and that maintenance is built in. Next slide, please. In the past, we were constructing man-made lakes for reservoirs for various purposes, whether it be aquaculture or irrigation. We wish to push forward with these kinds of projects. This is one example in Tarlac. Next slide, please. This is a proposed man-made lake in Angat River that will reduce the flooding in the Bulacan area such as Kalumpit. Next slide, please. This year, we initiated feasibility studies for 21 of these kinds of projects. These are not yet included in our proposed budget in DNR, as we are completing the studies, consulting the concerned LGUs, and securing the necessary permits, including our own ECC. We wish to develop these projects further with the new team in DPWH, but we believe that, such as this example, this is called Lake 77 in Bislig, Surigao del Sur. It's 77 hectares in size, constructed in 1977. It is now used for aquaculture and ecotourism, as well as for flood control if it's refurbished, and also for water supply later on. Next slide, please. Many examples of convergence projects such as this one in Midsayap. This is an existing dam for NIA. This is now going to be used for water supply, to supply water to about 70,000 residents of the area. Next slide. Last few examples. This is our proposal for flooding in Marikina River. Instead of putting dikes, we wish to propose a man-made lake in San Mateo that will capture and hold water from going down to Marikina and Pasig. This water can now be used for other purposes, whether it be ecotourism or even aquaculture. Next slide. Here's one example of regional planning that we have done. This is for the whole of Bicol River Basin, wherein we plot out all potential man-made lakes for various purposes, but also including flood control. Finally, next slide. This is an example, and I think you can click on the slide because this is a video. This is one of the projects of DPWH that I should commend. Siguro hindi nagpe-play. Together with NIA, it's a convergence project both for flood control and irrigation. In summary, while ongoing investigations into corruption must continue, we view this as an opportunity to strengthen interagency planning, enhance public accountability through transparency dashboards, and shift towards a more sustainable and integrated approach to flood management and water resources development. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Undersecretary David. Thank you for bringing that to our attention during our DNR hearing and for being here today. All of this information are not new. You were supposed to coordinate with DPWH to present it in the interagency, and was it taken into consideration or totally not used or ignored? And for what reason? Maybe
In the
please.
past, it
Thank
was
you.
not considered because the mandates of DPWH and DNR on water resources are disconjuncted. No, they handle flood control and we handle water resources. But now I'm happy to say that we are working with a team in DPWH to do convergence.
That may also just cite that perhaps DNR needs to review the ECC requirement, because I am told small flood control projects only apply for certificate of non-coverage, even if by nature they are in critical areas and they are critical projects. So kung non-coverage, walang ECC nga. Yun. Pag maluwag, paano yun? Yes. Thank you.
Ma'am, if I may, you're right po, but can I just state also for the record that in some, like for example, the one in Mindoro, which was, it was not a small flood control project, Madam Chair, no? Pero kahit CNC, wala eh. Kahit CNC po, wala. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that. I know, if I may, proceed with my questions. Yes, but the chair may interrupt me anytime if I am too long. Okay. There was a mention of a DENR WRMO database. I asked this of the DPWH since 2023. And it has evaluated more than 4,000 flood control projects using AI, satellite imagery, geographic information systems. And the results were shared through a dashboard with PMS, DPWH, that was mentioned by USEC and DBM. And he said that it remains unused. So the new team, are you aware of the existence of this dashboard? Why has a DPWH not utilized or validated the WRMO's flood project database, and what steps will the DPWH take to integrate the system into project validation, planning, and budget allocation? And whatever the answer is, may I kindly request that you do not just use it for the 2026 moving forward, but since many of the 2025 projects are still either FLR or ongoing, it can be used already. So I'd like to know the answer, please. And the purpose of my question is to determine interagency tools for transparency, verification, so that they are maximized and do not, or we totally avoid the ghost projects or the duplicate projects as stated by the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I learned about the dashboard maybe a few weeks after I came in. Undersecretary David, as like I said, is a good friend. So he informed me about it. And I saw it, and I sent it immediately to our team. And they have been working, the technical groups have been working since. No? And in fact, tomorrow, with our new OIC for... on Wednesday, for a new, they will already start presenting recommendations on how to use the data, both in terms of planning moving forward, but also, and I think I made this very clear to the team when I first learned about the findings of the DNR and the WRMO, that we have to apply what the DNR has learned about these flood control projects, even for projects that have already been completed. Why? Because according, and if I may speak frankly, Mr. Chairman, according to USEC David, their evidence shows that not only have some of those flood control projects been useless, but they have become harmful. Meaning, sumama pa yung baha. dahil nga yung pong ini-explain ni Undersecretary CP kanina na ang mga dike kasi, ang problema dyan, either both rini-restrict ang flow ng tubig, ibig sabihin yung carrying capacity ng mga waterways gumiliit, but ang more harmful doon ay yung pinapabilis niya yung daloy ng tubig o yung velocity of water speeds up. At yun ang mas nakakasira at nakakasama. So, why did I ask for that? Because we are already thinking ahead that with enough data and with enough evidence, maybe we might even need to dismantle some of those flood control projects because of their net harmful effects to the communities and the environment. So, ma'am, that is the purpose. But this is a very, how should I say, it's a very meticulous process, and it's also a very sensitive process because there are COA issues involved, and alam naman po natin, there are COA rules where you cannot just demolish a project that was built after a certain within a certain period. So there are complexities to this, but we first need to look at the evidence.
They are harmful.
Exactly, ma'am.
If they're harmful,
Absolutely.
kung ikamamatay, ikababaha ng mga barangay at komunidad, kailangan gawing kaagad kung
Correct.
scientifically
Proven.
proven. O kaagad yun.
We agree po,
Prioridad yun.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Lauren. This is critical. That's why I think the reports will be presented to me in particular and to the senior team on Wednesday, and we are already currently working not just with DNR but also with the University of the Philippines, particularly with Project NOAA with Professor Mahar Gagmay, as well as one of the renowned hydrologists in the country, Professor Tabios of the University of the Philippines. So we are working with them, and we really need to put some order and some science into this, because clearly there was very little to no science involved in the implementation of these projects. Thank you very much,
I-embed
ma'am.
na nyo si Yusek David sa inyong mga projects.
Kasama po
Dapat
siya.
naman coordination naman talaga eh.
Tama
Yes.
po, ma'am. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you for that. WRMO's evaluation shows that 42% of the projects reviewed were unconstructed, duplicated, or already existing, yet some were declared completed and paid for. So may I know, how are these projects cleared for payment and certification despite being absent or duplicated? And can we use the systems to demand project completion, case building, and or restitution? So the purpose of this question is to assess the adequacy of DPWH project validation and internal audit mechanisms so that we can prevent the continued misuse of public funds. The accountability of duplicated projects, although you somehow answer that, but can you kindly assure us of the use of the evaluation of WRMO?
We assure you, Madam Senator, and we assure the committee that from here on, the DPWH will work very, very closely with the DNR and specifically the WRMO, because we are in total agreement. In fact, the project that was the last slide of Yusek David, the project in Claveria, the Union water impounding joint project of DPWH, was in fact visited by the President 2 weeks ago, and we consider it one of the more successful, not only flood control, but water impounding and irrigation in one. And we feel that with the help of the DNR and other experts, we can really guide and plan our flood mitigation program towards these types of projects and no longer those that we have seen in the past couple of years. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you for that. I now go, Mr. Chair, to the fragmented flood management and the basin-based planning. I ask this in the context of floods and water systems not being administrative or political boundaries, because floods do not recognize political boundaries, hindi distrito niyan, ganito niyan, geographical. Yet government planning and implementation of flood control projects remains fragmented. And here we are, even us perhaps, both houses of Congress are guilty because we are looking at congressional districts in terms of infrastructure planning when water and floods, as we see, do not look at congressional districts in the way nature moves. So DPWH programs per district, even per province, often without alignment to hydrological or river basin boundaries defined by WRMO or the River Basin Project or even DepDev. So how are we assured, I mean, we're studying it, that for the GAA 2026 and for existing GAA 2025, how are we assured that this will be taken into consideration in the future? Does the DNR recommend shifting DPWH flood control programming from district, meaning congressional or provincial levels, to a basin-based framework aligned with the integrated water resources management principles? And can the DPWH adopt river basin level coordination using updated geological and sedimentation data? In short, nature-based, scientific, hindi political or administrative boundaries. So what kind of innovation, if any, has the DPWH new team done to take this into consideration? Because we're talking about allocable and unallocable. Distrito pa rin eh. Hindi pa rin nature-based, hindi pa rin scientific eh. Political pa rin eh. Yeah. So, paano po?
Ma'am,
Thank you.
First of all, you're absolutely correct. No, I mean, flooding knows no boundaries and therefore should not be constrained by district boundaries, no, and other boundaries. So what we are actually trying to do now, and I think it is very opportune because the President has already taken out all the flood control projects, locally funded flood control projects for 2026. Now is really the time to plan this well, Madam Chair. But unfortunately, this takes some time, no? We are right now in the early stages of that, just putting together all the experts together and all their recommendations together and come up with a master plan, at least for certain areas like Bulacan, Metro Manila, and other flood-prone areas, para po when 2027 comes, is meron na po tayong rhyme and reason dito sa pagpapagawa at pagpaplano ng mga flood control projects na ito, because we will not allow the same thing to happen again, Madam Chair, na ang flood control natin is dictated lang by, flood control project of this district or that district and that. No, we will no longer allow that. It needs to be a well-planned series of projects that will eventually need either provincial or regional development council clearances, no? But we're not there yet, ma'am. No, there's no such plan in place. In fact, next year pa lang po lalabas yung 18 major river basin plan ng World Bank ng World Bank. It will finish in middle of 2026. But in the meantime, we cannot wait for that. No, we need to already start.
Meron na nito nung panahon ni Sec Babe Singson.
Meron po.
And he's an expert in that, yung mga river basin projects.
Opo.
Meron na ang DPWH nun.
Ma'am, yes, you're talking about the 2013 one. This is the one that's being updated now by this major river basin master plan, which will be completed next year. But like I said po, ma'am, we will not wait for this. We will continue working with the DNR because, I mean, pwede na naman tayo magsimula po ngayon pa lang. There's enough data and there are enough experts on this that we can work on already now. So that is commencing already, ma'am, as we speak. Thank you.
Just to note again, because we always, again, think in terms of either political districts or administrative regions. So water resources regions are different from our administrative regions. Ang ating regions ilan? At 18 admin regions, but there are only 12 water regions. So at the proper time, maybe this afternoon, is a DPWH equipped and ready to present to us your plan for the 12 water regions? Otherwise, Mr. Chair, because we need to see the infrastructure project vis-a-vis the scientific nature-based solutions to flood mitigation in the 12 water regions in planning for 2026. Kasi how can we approve a budget na base pa sa lumang intindi na kailangan congressional district ang pagplano ng flood control kung hindi natin binabago ngayon ayon sa pagdaloy ng tubig ayon sa 12 water regions at hindi sa 18 administrative regions at hindi ayon sa congressional district. Ang baha naman, hindi sinasabi, dito lang ako sa distrito baha. Hindi naman ganun eh. Kaya lang yun ang planning nga eh. So dapat parang baguhin ngayon, hindi pang 2027. In the meantime, sa 1.5 years ay lulubog tayo.
Ma'am, unang-una po, tinanong ko lang po yung mga kasamahan ko dito, wala po tayong konkretong plano. Wala pa. And I think this is why the wisdom of the President to remove all locally funded flood control projects for 2026 makes so much sense. Because dahil clearly walang plano, clearly yung mga dating ginawa, wala ding plano, so kailangan po talaga medyo hit the pause button tayo muna for locally funded flood control. Kaya po wala pong locally funded flood control for 2026. Ang meron lang po ay foreign-assisted flood control projects, roughly about 15.7 billion, na meron naman pong plano. At ito po'y pinlano ng mabuti ng mga funding agencies po na nagbigay ng pondo.
I appreciate your honesty and your candor na wala pa. Pero siguro naman po, pwede niyong i-backtrack yung ginawa noong 2013. I remember it was in the same room. I asked Sec Singson, he had a study, he had plans, and then nag-end na yung term ng Aquino administration. But meron tayong basihan, hindi naman nagbabago, nagiging worse lang ang sitwasyon ng kalikasan eh. So you can use whatever he had then, right? Yes, yes.
Absolutely, ma'am. Thank you po.
Okay, so I actually have so much question about that, but I don't want to belabor that point. I now go to the lack of detail which the chair earlier cited. To be fair to those LGUs you mentioned, perhaps it's a miscommunication or lack of communication. Maybe all DPWH people, while they are engineers, should learn how to communicate clearly, in detail, and correctly. Meron lang maling may grammar. DNR yun. Far faster. Faster lang. More faster. Faster lang. Okay, ang gobyerno kailangan matuto ng grammar at saka accuracy. Okay. So, the lack of detail and transparency in the nomenclature of DPWH projects. A close reading, may hearing sa kabila? Okay, maingay Yeah. A close reading of the 2026 DPWH infrastructure program shows that many listed projects are described in vague, generic terms. For instance, construction of multipurpose buildings, rehabilitation of roads, or construction of flood mitigation structures with no accompanying details such as location, coordinates, project length in kilometers, technical specifications, implementing unit or scope of works. Kindly correct me if I'm wrong, dapat bang kasama ito? And the same issue is observed in convergence programs. For example, farm-to-market roads under the DA or SRA, DPWH own access roads for strategic infrastructure, yung CPAG, and network development programs where project titles and codes often overlap, making it nearly impossible for auditors, LGUs, senators, and even the public to validate whether these refer to unique projects or duplicates under different agencies. Moreover, many project entries contain alphanumeric codes. Example, K0107 plus 000-K0107 plus 511.96. Siyempre, naintindihan nyo, pero paano maiintindihan ng mga nag-approve ng pondo? To us, it may seem unintelligible to non-engineers and are not linked to publicly available reference maps, depriving our citizens of the ability to track implementation or validate site completion. So this creates an opaque budget environment where even Congress, both houses, and even COA and civil society cannot easily distinguish between legitimate or questionable projects. So if this continues, transparency measures like the budget transparency portal or even open data, government data will have limited value as the entries themselves are unverifiable at the project level. So may I know from DPWH, because this is in our NEP revised, yun pa rin ang ginagamit eh. So there are no changes. In short, parang we're depriving the public and non-engineers of understanding either through incomplete or unintelligible data. So why does the DPWH continue to use this vague and non-descriptive nomenclature for projects without key details such as project length, yung haba, syempre, location coordinates para malaman kung saan, barangay coverage para malaman ng mga tao ay meron palang darating sa amin, or technical specifications. Would the department support the rationalization of project labeling and budget entries requiring every line item to include measurable and verifiable information? Length, ilang kilometro? Area, square meters? Number of beneficiaries ba? Mahirap ba yan? Or completion of target date? So, correct me if I'm wrong, we're just trying to understand the budgets. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, again, you are absolutely correct, ma'am. The budget entries are too vague and too general to the point that one can no longer ascertain if this is actually a completed project, a continuation of an ongoing project, a completion of an ongoing project, because it does not contain the details necessary to make those determinations. And I think moving forward now with the corrections that we have submitted to the chairman based on the committee's observation, the change must start already with the 2026 budget. So we will now be including the stations, meaning kilometer X to kilometer Y. We will be including the project IDs for projects such as multipurpose buildings or classrooms. We will obviously the exact location of the projects, and also a very clear nomenclature to show that this is either a continuing project or a project that will be finally completed with the funding being requested. I think all of these details should be in these line items starting the 2026 budget moving forward.
Thank you for that assurance. So, the list tomorrow that will come from planning with the non-allocable and allocable in different name, district and above the district, mas klaro na po. Hindi na yung parang paulit-ulit, mas maliwanag para maiintindihan namin. Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I may, on the ano lang po, no? Tomorrow po, I think we will be submitting the summary on the legislative district on the specifics, because there were additional items po that were sent that will be sent by the committee to us. Ang na-correct pa lang po namin is yung mga last tawag dito, yung pinadala po last week. So we asked po until Friday, Madam Chair. So Mr. Chairman, so we will send those by Friday. But we will send the summary list of per legislative district tomorrow. Opo.
Indicating allocable, non-allocable, whatever term you want to use. Thank you po. Now, on rethinking flood mitigation and moving beyond a construction-heavy approach. All these decades, DPWH has remained hyper-focused on flood control infrastructure, dikes, seawalls, drainage systems, and pumping stations, and rightly so, because we're a vulnerable nation. But often, it's built in isolation without corresponding upstream or ecosystem intervention. Because nga, nakafocus sa admin regions or congressional districts. Ang baha naman, hindi naman tumitingin sa politika. So this has resulted in massive spending with minimal actual long-term reduction in flood risk, and as shown, it has even become contradictory to the help, in fact dangerous. So while some projects, to be fair, have provided some relief, others have worsened flooding as shown in the studies. Flooding downstream, it has degraded water systems, it has caused displacement of communities. This has led our experts, including those from DNR, from DepDev, from the Infrastructure Committee of NEDA, to call for a shift towards integrated nature-based and ridge-to-reef flood management approaches. So the DNR has nature-based solutions. What are these? Wetland restoration, mangrove reforestation, watershed rehabilitation, sediment retention in uplands as cheaper, cost-effective, resilient alternatives to hard or gray infrastructure. But the DPWH current planning and budget frameworks still, engineers kayo, naintindihan ko po, remain heavily skewed towards construction-based outputs, reflecting both the bureaucratic inertia and in some cases, sorry to say, perverse incentives tied to high-value civil work contracts. I'll use it in those terms. So, construction-heavy, hindi ko pa nararamdaman as of now, not to blame anyone, yung nature-based solutions. Mas gusto ko pong makita kasi, ano to eh, hindi pwedeng puro, parang yung ginagawa ng Singapore, alam ni Sec Dizon yan, they work with nature in their dike system. Hindi palaging tayo ng mga dike, or even let's say the polder system of the Netherlands. So ayon sana sa kalikasan. Gusto kong maramdaman po yun, hindi ko pa nakikita sa inyong budget. So given what's happening now and the department's bias for flood control infrastructure, not just as a technical choice but as a structural weakness, so I want to know, how do we integrate this nature-based solutions into our flood, not just flood mitigation infrastructure na ziniro natin, tinanggal yung 255, in everything, even in roadside ditches, even in rain, even in FMRs, for example. So gusto ko po makita na mawala yung current infrastructure bias na maaring iba ay substandard, hindi ko linalahat po, pero gusto ko makita po yung watershed-based flood mitigation approaches na binanggit. I can go on, but that's something, part of the change. Kasi madaling tanggalin na yung flood control. Hindi. Eh yung nananatili, paano natin i-incorporate yung ganitong mga filosofiya po? Yes, thank you.
Yes, again, Mr. Chairman, the Senator is spot on in her observations. I think the main problem is there has been very, very little effort exerted towards really master planning these various systems. Flood control is one. The network of farm-to-market roads is another. Network of bridges and roads is another. I think that is the main weakness, Mr. Chairman, and that's why I think taking this time to be able to plan and work well with DNR, other agencies such as the ADB and the World Bank and JICA, as well as our own universities here like UP, we really need to come up with an integrated water resource management system plan, which is currently non-existent, ma'am, no? Just to put it bluntly. No? Wala po yan eh. And the nature-based solutions must be part of that. No, and you're absolutely right, Mr. Chairman. It is really not in the current program right now. You cannot. It is not reflected in the current program because it does not exist right now for so many years. So now that has to change. So now that we are working with DNR and with UP and with the other agencies, I think this is where the beginnings of a integrated water resource plan will come to life. No? And that will definitely include and must include nature-based solutions and not just engineering-based solutions to not only the flooding problem but also the overall water management problem.
So we look forward to seeing that, Sec. Thank you for your answer. Now, in a hearing a few months ago, I think the chair was there. What agency? A small agency, National Museum yata, sinabi, hindi raw napondohan yung continuation ng National Museum, tas sabi ng DBM kasi walang trip. Alala mo? Nagulat tayo, di ba? Trip. It was a multi-year project, tas sabi ng DBM, di ba, nagulat tayo kasi wala daw trip. Multi-year yon. So gusto ko lang malaman po, how does the classification align with or undermine, I mean, lahat ba ng proyekto na nasa NEP revised ninyo at nasa GAB ay ayon sa TRIP, DepDev's 3-year Rolling Infrastructure Program? Kasi mismong National Museum hindi raw linagay, sabi ng DBM, kasi kailangan dumaan daw sa DepDev na TRIP. So tama ba yun o mali ang intindi namin? So lahat po ng inyong programang nakasaad sa NEP, Revise at sa GAB, allocable man o non-allocable, ay dumaan sa DepDev na TRIP. It's a 3-year rolling infrastructure program. Lahat ba yan galing sa DepDev, yung inyong mga panukala sa GAB?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, let me just find out because we will submit it if it's part of the trip or not, no, of the 3-year rolling program. But I find it quite difficult to believe bakit hindi. I mean, it's just a National Museum funding and bakit kailangan.
No, I'm not asking about National Museum. I'm just citing it as an example. The chair and I were in a hearing and National Museum said wala silang pondo. Tinanong namin sa DBM ba wala? Sabi ng DBM kasi wala daw silang trip. So, kung yun maliit na museo, ito po, lahat ng infrastructure nyo, dumaan ba yan sa DepDev?
I don't think so po.
Exactly.
I
So,
don't think
ibig
so.
sabihin, hindi a-approve ni DBM
Correct.
ang inyong funding. Kasi hindi nila in-approve yung National Museum na multi-year na stop yung building kasi walang DepDev na trip. So, kung lahat ng inyong ating pinag-uusapan ngayon ay di dumaan sa DepDev na trip, hindi i-EFLR kayo o i-veto kayo. Yun ang
Correct.
sabi sa amin sa hearing. So dapat ang DBM i-hold natin ko nandito or ipaliwanag kung hindi dumaan sa DepDev na trip, i-veto ba or i-FLR or dapat ba natin hindi isama sa GAA?
Sige po.
Clarify. Kasi ano yan confusing.
Very
Remember?
good, Magion.
Oo.
Yeah. So we will consolidate po, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, and we will submit that.
But you were
We
there,
will submit.
remember? Medyo
But
naguluhan tayo.
I find it difficult to believe as you na
Yes.
ganon. No?
Kasi every line item in the DPWH budget went through DBM trip. Parang hindi.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult to believe that.
Undersecretary Canlas po just passed me an information. Yung mga hindi daw po dumaan sa trip, dumaan dapat sa RDC level, which is, I guess, an extension of DepDev. No? So, but again, we will have to validate and submit it to the
Sabi kasi
committee.
ng DBM nun, the submission to the trip ensures that projects, tama naman, are aligned in the master plan, have feasibility studies, and are shovel-ready. And part of the Philippine Development Plan. Kaya yung Part 2 ng National Museum, hindi na pondohan, wala daw trip. Kaya nga, winawarningan ko lang kayo, kung wala kayong trip, paano yun? I leave that, kung i-check po nyo, siguro later before we finish that, yan. So, now I've gone macro, now very, very micro. And I hope I'm not considered to be parochial here. I just speak for the provinces who may be large inland area in population but receive 1/2 or 1/3 the allocation of other provinces because again our budgeting is based on administrative or political districts, not by need. Okay, example, with the permission of the chair, may I just, parochial pero kailangan eh. We have to speak for the people eh. Antique budget is much lower compared to its neighbors. And do not get me wrong, I'm a senator, I represent our Region 6 and the island of Panay. I'm happy that the others are bigger. Pero para lang ihambing. Let's say, Aklan, Iloilo, Capiz, yan. So I'm glad. But Aklan and Capiz, despite having a population equal to us in Antique, but we have much larger land area. Per land area, Antique receives only 0.43 million per square kilometer, roughly one-third of neighboring province, kasi lone district kami. So, an ordinary Antiqueño benefits only, ginawa kong per capita, 1,800 worth of infrastructure investment from the government compared to residents of Aklan or Capiz who benefit around 3.6 to 3.9 thousand or double the amount. Again, I am happy that the other neighboring provinces have triple the budgets because there are congressional districts. Wag po niyong tanggalin, dagdagan pa nyo. Pero bakit ang probinsya ko, hindi naman ako yung congressman, pero 3B yung NEP, tas yung NEP revised naging 1.1. Pareho ng Valenzuela na 1.1B. Talagang aping-api. Bakit ganun? At meron naman maraming probinsyang nangyayari po yun. Siguro, iisipin ko lang, mahirap magsiguro. Kasi stricto, kasi takot maglagay iba doon, o baka hindi naisip ng central, hindi naisip ng region, or siguro yung district engineer hindi humingi ng malaki, or siguro yung congressman o yung senador hindi humihirit. But don't get me wrong, I'm not asking questions here for you to add to the district where I represented. No. I just speak for the districts with large population, large land area, pero ang liit-liit at ang daming needs, pero ang liit. So, palaisipan. And I speak for the indigenous peoples there, the Ati and the Iraynons who cannot speak and talk to you ever in their lives. Buti na lang yung aking regional director, taga Bugasong, at alam niyang ibig ko sabihin. Yeah, yung nakakaantig ng puso yung ganun. Tapos ito, papakita ko sa inyo. Gusto kong i-flash eh. Yung NEP at yung regional budget allocation per capita. Lihis, how do you say it? It doesn't make sense at all. It doesn't make sense at all. So, I want to understand. Oo. Di ba usually sa NEP, tapos sa GAB lumalaki, pagdating ng Senado, kami nahubaran. Binagsak talaga. Nagalit talaga sa akin ng DPWH, tinanggal lahat. Yun. Sige, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, again, and I said this the last time, the last hearing. I think there is really an inherent flaw in the current formula that is being used, to allocate resources, limited resources to various districts, and clearly this is seen in the budget now in 2026. No, unfortunately, the new team had no role in the preparation of this budget, but we do see the inherent flaws. In fact,
Sorry, hindi po. Nagbago po yung numero sa NEP revised under your term already.
yes, I understand, ma'am, but
Hinubaran yung aming mga distrito, yung
yes,
akin.
yes, I think na ang mostly tingin ko ang tumama po doon are the locally flood control. No, pero tama po kayo doon sa inyong observation kanina na kung tinanggalan ang isang area ng halimbawa flood control, dapat yon ay pinalitan ng equally if not even more important na mga proyekto. Tama po yon. And and I think that can still be done given the potential for possibility for institutional and committee amendments. No, we can still do that. But I think what I was saying about the formula, yung pong unang pagpasok pa lang sa NEP, yun po ay pinagbasehan ng isang formula na frankly, kahit kami pong mga nasa bagong team, hindi po talaga namin maintindihan. No, hindi namin maintindihan. Unfortunately, dinatnan na lang namin yon. But right now, under Secretary Conti, I can, who can speak more to this, is already in the process of finding a simpler and a more equitable formula to distribute resources moving forward. No, in fact, kailangan na ho talagang gawin ito dahil obviously, it's not just this year, ma'am, I'm sure, na nangyari ito. No? This is probably repeatedly been the case for smaller districts like Antique and others who have unfortunately gotten the shorter end of the stick for so
note
long.
that it's not a smaller district dahil lone district siya, mas malaki ang land area.
That's right.
Pareho rin ang population. Kailan yung iba, 2 distrito, tapos i-add mo yung 2 distrito sa isang distrito, ay kami ang pinakamaliit. At saka hindi lang naman ako, marami rin ibang distrito na siguro malayo sa kusina, hindi nakakahingi. At nahihiya din ako, maski senador ako matagal, hindi pala hingi. At kung humihingi man, tas hindi natutupad, hindi yung binibigay, di hinayaan lang namin. Pero we must correct this disparity. At saka ayoko mag-amend sa distrito na pinanggalingan ko. Make it an institutional amendment para naman hindi lopsided na ganun. Hindi lang ako, tignan po nyo lahat at wag naman galing sa amin. Tas ano yung pangangailangan? In fact, para walang korupsyon, di lagay nyo classrooms. Kaya lang, hindi nyo budget yon. So, pwede nyo gawin, sabi ng LBRMO, multi-purpose buildings / school building. Pwede daw yon, which is under your budget. So, hindi sa ako'y humihingi, sinasabi ko yan para in full transparency and accountability, yung mga naaping distrito na halintulad po sa akin, kukompute yung populasyon at land area, kung papalitan nyo, siguro wag ng roads, wag ng multi-purpose school buildings kasi sabi ni Sani, ang laki-laki ng pangangailangan sa school buildings. Anyway, kayo rin mag-i-implement noon. That's a manifestation, Mr. Chair, as an institutional amendment. I'm not just referring to 1 or 2 districts. Para hindi magbukang, nag-amend, nagtanong siya, kaya nalaki ang distrito, ayoko pong ganun. I will refuse any additional allocation just because I'm asking. And I speak to many districts. Nahiya lang yung ibang congressman. At saka wag natin titignan kasi yung need according to political boundaries. May I
Mr.
hear
Chair, you are absolutely correct. And I guess we will do 2 things, ma'am. First of all, we will work with the committee to find a way to more equitably provide for the needs of the districts via institutional amendments. And second, we are already in the process of fixing this clearly non-responsive and ineffectual formula that has been used for so long into something that, as you correctly pointed out, needs-based. Yung kung sino po ang mas nangangailangan, dapat yun po ang mas may nakukuhang pondo galing sa national government. Thank you, ma'am.
And wag po kayo hihingi sana ng karagdagang pondo within your agency. Correct the institutional, mistake, inequity. Yeah, institutional inequity. To correct it, ulitin ko po, hindi lang yung akin na sinight. Yun lang kasi ang alam ko, kaya sinight ko. Marami pang halintulad po sa akin. Yun. So, thank you for that.
We agree po.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, thank you so
Reasonable naman
much.
ako, di ba? O naman, ayun yun. Oo naman. Sige, maybe LBRMO can work together with the staff of the chair. Oo. And with your planning.
With our planning team,
Yes.
so we can...
And I repeat, hindi po flood control, pero actually hindi masama kasi binabaha tayo, di ba, Pruto? Oo, binabaha. Pero dahil bawal, okay, bawal ngayon. Oo, sige. Pero papakita ko sa inyo ang maayos na flood control. Ang maayos sa flood control. Nakita yan ni Senator Pia Cayetano, meron nga kami marathon na gagawin doon sa Esplanade. Napakagaling. Napakaganda. Hindi flood control yun, actually Esplanade. Parang yung sa Iloilo River nila, Senator Drilon. Esplanade. Flood mitigation structure yun eh. Yeah, Iloilo at saka yung sa amin. Papakita ko sa iyo. Nakita mo yun. Ganda-ganda. Ganda-ganda. Flood mitigation structure kaya hindi nagbabaha. May Esplanade pa tuloy. Anyway, so on the cost of roads of DA, nabanggit na ng Cherry to, pero gusto ko rin maintindihan, magkano ba talaga per meter ba ang sinasabi? Magkano ang per meter ng cost benchmark ng farm to market road na same with and may roadside ditches or canals? Magkano ba talaga?
Mr. Chair, Madam
Yes.
Senator, may I just ask our OIC Undersecretary,
Yes. Okay.
Engineer Esquivel
Our
to
very
respond?
engineer. I'd
Opo.
like to learn from her.
Ay, good
Opo.
afternoon po. Based on the July 2025 rates po, we're ranging from 18,000 to 26,000 per meter.
Bakit pag DPWH, ang taas sa notes ko nga 15,000 eh. Pero sabi ni sa hearing nga sa'yo, ni DA, Sec Laurel,
Iba, ranging. Hindi.
sa kanila, sa kanilang measurement, 10,000 per meter is sufficient. He even implied a one-third savings given apples to apples, assuming this is correct. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, I think it's important to note that, as correctly pointed out by Senator Lauren earlier, the President already directed us to bring down the cost of materials. So, in all likelihood, that number is going to go down significantly. So, if you will allow us, maybe if we will run our computations based on the new cost of materials, we can maybe by the end of this week already give you a new range, no, for the range per meter for hindi na po yun. Definitely it will not be that anymore.
Mr. Chair is 32B. Oo. Kung sa DA budget, ang FMR ay 32B, sabi ng Chair, at itong kilometro ang magagawa, de kung yung inyong 18,000, sabi ni Sec Laurel ay 10,000, di halos madodoble, di ba? 80% na mai-increase ang haba ng FMR, gaya ng puntos natin sa classroom. So, simple, pag papatuyo ng bahay, di ba? Hindi mo mababayaran yung contractor pag nalaman mo midway na, ano natin yung kontrata, ayusin. Ito, hindi pa naman tayo nagsimula sa 2026, hahaba. So, ibig sabihin po, sa DA budget or isumitin nyo sa amin, kayo implementing agency, i-check natin, hahaba ang mga FMRs at dapat may coordinates. Thank you.
Opo, and correct po, and in fact, even with respect to classroom, dadami po ang pwede nating itayong classroom dahil sa pagbaba ng detailed unit price ng DPWH. Thank you po.
Thank you for that. Health centers. From the DOH itself, about 300 super health centers built nationwide, mostly by DPWH, were found non-operational, hindi natapos, substandard, etc. I'm not talking about walang gamot o walang tao. It's really kulang o hindi natapos na structures. And second, maaring may mga natapos pero wala naman utilities or staffing na hindi po nyo problema, but when you build, do you coordinate with the LGU or with DOH to ensure that, okay, you will build, may nag-request na politiko, pero wala naman provision ang DOH for staffing or for utilities. So, do you just build blind? O basta build kami without coordinating with the agency na may kapasidad sila for staffing? Thank you.
Right now po, ma'am, I mean, there is coordination, but the coordination with the local governments for these projects with DepEd or with DOH is being done by the lead agency, in this case, the DOH. No? But you're absolutely right. I think that needs room for improvement. No? Because clearly, marami pong mga sitwasyon ngayon na nakita na natin na more coordination is needed. No? Dahil nga po, yung areas na nakatayo na yung building pero wala pang kuryente, nakatayo na yung building pero wala pa ring tubig. So this requires, mahirap po kasi yung turuan, so dapat magturong-turong na lang po. So we will see, we will work with the DOH and the DepEd and the other agencies so we can coordinate better, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, how do we help DPWH do this? Kasi tagatayo sila. Pero hindi pa pag nagtatayo, dapat tanungin sila sa nagpapatayo. O magtatayo kami. Sapat ba yung pondo mo? Sabi na, ay kulang kasi ng 1 million, hihingi naman next year. So, it's a structure na hindi tapos. May mga ganyan, yan. Ganun palagi nakikita when we go around, right? Or, itayo, maayos, pero hindi naman napondohan yung equipment at yung staffing kasi magre-request pa sa DBM o walang gamot. So, karapatan nyo magtanong, itatayo namin to. Handa ba kayong ahensya nagpapagawa, maglagay ng staff, at ng pasilidad? Kung hindi, ba't itatayo? Pero hindi ba nila tungkulin yun na may silbi yung tinatayo nila? At tanong sa ahensyang nagbabudget na linilipat sa kanila yung budget, right?
If I can intervene, Senator Lauren, in fact yan ang isang malaking problema rin ng Department of Health through HFEP, yung health equipment and facilities. Dahil dapat, bago sila nagpapatayo, meron ng coordination with the local government units. Dahil yung LGU, sila bahala sa doktor, nurse, equipment, at yung pang day-to-day to operate. Like for example, kuryente, tubig. But marami rin mga LGU nagsasabi na, hindi namin kaya magkumuha ng doktor, hindi namin kaya magbayad ng kuryente. Kaya na ano rin sila, na walang nagmamando ng mga health centers, no? DPWH, in fairness, is just constructing. Kung anong pinakonstruct, ko-construct. Pero yung operating DOH, malaking problema rin yan sa DOH right now. That's why we have to look at the HFEP funds, which is about 14 billion, very closely. Dahil nasasayang, maraming pondo dun, unfinished hospitals, unfinished rural health centers, unoccupied super health centers. Nasasayang lang yung pondo natin sa health, no?
So how do we deal with that? Is it the DOH sole responsibility? Or before they build, they must ensure that the agency asking them to build has the capacity to operate it, so it's not like a white elephant that was built?
Fund ho talaga, ma'am. Admittedly, nangyari. So, this coming 2026, ang iniisip ko to move forward with the HFEP, wala mo ng mga new super health centers, new rural health centers. Tapusin na muna natin lahat ng mga uncompleted. Lagyan ng tao yung mga unoperational. At yung mga hospitals, marami ho tayong, we approve here in the Senate yung mga hospitals, diba? Expansion and newly created. Let's fund those expansion and newly created hospitals. Dahil may batas, wala namang pondo, no? So we have to fund them. So yung muna yung naiisip ko to move forward with this. So para hindi nanganganak yung problema, ma'am.
And if I may po, Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, that on the super health centers or the hospitals, ang commitment naman po namin is we will work with DOH to ensure naman yung mga ospital at mga healthcare centers na bitin. No, yung pong sinasabi ni Senator Lauren na yung nakausli yung mga bakal, hindi pa tapos, kailangan po tapusin na, no, finally. And we really welcome the policy now po na wala munang new, tapusin muna natin yung mga hindi pa tapos, and then DOH can ensure that they are operated properly. We welcome that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for that.
Ako muna, ma'am. I just have just one question lang. Nawala to. Nawala. Anyways, can you flash yung news report ni Presidente? So, ito yung news over the weekend, Secretary Dizon, about the comment of the President na nakita nyo overpriced by 50%, no, yung mga materials. In fact, in some instances, in fact, pinag-uusapan lang to natin last hearing. And he said we can save as much as 45 billion pesos. No? We agree that in some projects, it can go as high as thousands ka nakita natin. Pero may mga projects rin na mababa. Maraming projects actually, in fairness to the different engineering offices, mababa siya or justified. No, so, ang way forward na naisip natin dito is to submit to us yung materials cost, no? And from there we will use that as a basis to implement the projects, no? But in your opinion, how do we? This is a welcome development, a welcome comment by the President. But how do we operationalize this, no? In your opinion?
Mr. Chairman, this is a very, very good question. No? So, first of all, I think if I may request po, give us some time to finalize the new prices, no, the adjustment in the prices. We think we can do that in roughly a week, no, and that will form part of the new costs, no, moving forward, no. Now, in terms of operationalizing it sa budget, no, 2026 po muna siguro tayo, no. For 2026, if I may make a suggestion, Mr. Chairman, baka po the best course of action will be to come up with a special provision in the budget, essentially stating that savings generated from the reduction of the cost of materials, no, the new cost of materials, must be and we leave it up to Congress to decide on what to do here, but the savings must be used for very specific items, no, like maybe a menu similar to the menu of the DBM for infrastructure projects, or other expense items, no, in the 2026 budget. No, because definitely po for 2026, magkakaroon po ng malaking savings when we implement the cost of materials, the new cost of materials. So I think the most efficient way to do it is really to just ensure that the savings generated from this for next year will be used the right way, no, based on the wisdom of Congress. No, I think that is the best way to move forward. Now, for 2025 po, no, because there are still, I think, projects that will undergo procurement. No, what we will be doing is we will also be applying the same change in cost to these projects, which will have a natural adjustment in the ABC, no, in the approved budget of the contract. No, and that again will be generated as savings for 2025. So that is just our initial proposal, but we give it up to the wisdom of Congress, Mr. Chairman.
Because we want to, ito yung pinag-uusapan natin, Senator Lauren, no? And we want to reflect that savings hopefully in the budget, so that we can utilize that funds for other purposes, no? More para magamit rin natin to build more schools or build more infrastructure projects. So we want to capture that. Estimate nga ni Presidente 45, no? Estimate nga namin is around 70 to 80 billion, no? But more or less nasa ganun na range na siya. So that's what we want to capture. The last time we talked, you will submit to us an updated DUPA. No?
We will submit an updated CMPD.
CMPD and
yes,
CMPD also.
CMPD, which translates to the new DUPA.
Okay.
So we will be submitting that. Kaya ba natin ang Biyernes? Okay, the team says we can submit also by Friday. So we can submit everything already by Friday.
By Friday, okay.
Opo.
That will be good kasi doon natin makikita yung pagbaba ng presyo.
Opo. Opo.
And then, yun ang gagamitin namin as a basis to capture that savings.
The savings. And ma-estimate na rin po, no, yung magiging savings generated.
Open kami, Secretary, kung meron kayong suggested language on the special provision. Because I can see that you're very open in using those savings. So we're very open if you have any suggestion to that. We can work together on that. No?
Sige po, we will in our cover letter we will provide suggested language to that effect,
Basta
Mr. Chairman.
ang concept natin, magamit yung savings, whether
Yes.
it's 45 or 70 or 80, makapture natin yun,
Opo.
magamit sa iba.
Tama po.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Have an intervention after you about the savings.
Tapos na po ako.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for bringing up the issue of savings. That was actually my next question before I asked for a break. So, hindi pa po nasagot, hindi pa po na-compute, no? But you said by Friday on the total computation or estimate of savings for the 2026, right? Because naka-flash kanina sa screen, and thank you to the President and to the good Secretary about the lowering of the DUPA. But more than the lowering of the DUPA, meron pa rin ibang pagkukuhanan ng savings. Kasama na ba sa DUPA the cost of equipment rental, overhead contingency, and miscellaneous, yung OCM? Kasama na sa DUPA. Iba pa. Dapat ibaba din yun. Yung cost of equipment rental, overhead, contingency, miscellaneous expense, and yung projected contractor's profit. Iba?
Mr. Chair, as for the equipment rental, no,
Baka
this is
overpriced din yun eh.
this is
Silipin
based
nyo?
on apparently a guidebook na yun lang po ang basis ng DPWH. It's called the ASEL guidebook. Maybe I can ask OIC Undersecretary Esquivel to explain the ASEL guidebook. And then the indirect costs and labor, obviously, ito po ay hindi po kasama ito sa mga gagawin. Ang gagawin lang po natin is the cost of materials. No? Cost of materials po. Opo. And with your permission, Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, maybe I can just ask OIC Undersecretary. Lara, okay ka ba? Sige po.
I want to understand, yung cost of materials, kung overpriced yan, hindi ba baka rin naka-overpriced lahat eh? Pati yung contingency, yung miscellaneous, yung equipment rental, overhead, bloated lahat yan. Kasi sa ibang ahensyang inupuan namin, lahat bloated eh. Pati yung subscription sa monthly nung Starlink coverage sa isang ahensya, grabing taas din eh. So magandang, hindi masamang silipin lahat, di ba?
Opo.
Baka-
Sisilipin po namin, Madam Senator, but maybe just to provide context, no, and information, may I ask that OIC Undersecretary Lara be recognized just to explain all the components of the pricing, no, of a certain project or a certain contract.
Thank you, Sec. Good afternoon po. For the direct cost, we subdivided into three components: the material, labor, and equipment. As mentioned earlier, the material, we use as reference the construction materials price data, which is issued by DPWH. But for labor, we follow the DOLE, Department of Labor and Employment Memorandum. So we follow their rates. And then for the equipment component, we use the Association for Carriers and Equipment Lessors Equipment Guidebook. This is approved for use by DPWH. So external guidebooks po for labor and equipment.
Thank you for that, OIC USEC Lara. Thank you for using that. Sa labor, wag niyong tipirin ng labor. I mean, yan ako talaga ibigay sa tao. In fact, sa site ko na naman, yung Antique. Dahil sa pagbaba ng NEP revised, 75% ng mga trabahador, laborers, mawawala ng trabaho sa 2026. So, ganyan kami nagpapaapi. Wag naman, wag naman. So, ang labor, wag natin. Okay yan. Siguro naman walang ghost labor dyan, di ba? Wag naman. Pero yung sabi niyong guidebook, kayo po mga engineers nakakaintindi niyan, kung tama po at hindi po overpriced. Yeah. So, yun lang ang aking, kasi yung materials binaba na, yung ibang mga aspects ng construction, tignan natin kung meron pang mga butas that we allowed it all these years na maari pang makatipid. So yung hinihingi ng chair na savings ay gusto namin makita by this week at para ma-allocate ng maayos. Okay, so another source of savings, if I may, would be questionable 2025 projects. This has not yet been discussed, I think, although parang hagip kanina you mentioned na yung iba wawasakin kasi nakakasama. So, aside from yung wawasakin, pero sabi niyo pag-aaralan dahil sa COA and all of that, pag dangerous, I believe there's still 1 trillion worth in projects being implemented or na for later release, kung i-release ba yon. So, what do you do with those already being implemented but based on the cost of materials, alam nyo na na-overprice? Dapat mag-renegotiate at dapat ay ibaba yung presyo maski may kontrata dahil pwede naman yan, may mga provisions naman sa Government Procurement Act. Hindi tayo dapat patuloy na magpaloko sa mga nag-overprice at tutuwirin we're just going to straighten out in 2026 while allowing 1 trillion, assuming my figures are correct, worth of projects to be overpriced. While the President has taken a very laudable move, I am certain the President would be happy to hear from the good Secretary how the presently substandard or rigged or overpriced projects, whichever the case is, there could be some savings to be generated. Thank you.
Madam Chair, as I mentioned earlier po, for 2025, for those that have not yet been procured, no, we will apply already the new cost of materials, the lower cost of materials to those. So there will be savings clearly generated from that. For those that have already been awarded and are already ongoing, we will have to consult with the OSG po, Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, on what course of action can be taken. Unfortunately, I cannot say right now, but we will consult on paano natin mahahabol if kaya yung mga ongoing na at awarded na. But for those na hindi pa, definitely po, we will apply the new cost already. We will not wait for 2026. We will apply the new costs already now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
May we receive, please, from the engineering districts, which are these projects not yet implemented that can generate savings from renegotiated contracts based on the President's advisory on lowering DUPA? And second, ongoing projects, pero alam naman yung linoloko tayo bago ba yung bagong team pumasok, maaari naman yung i-terminate. Nagawa na nyo sa ibang distrito, di ba?
Yes. In fact, we have terminated several already based on the cases that have been filed, as well as the licenses that have been canceled. So there is a clear process po, Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, and we've already terminated several already, particularly all the contracts of the Diskaya companies, as well as their joint venture partners, as well as the other companies where we have filed cases, such as Wow, Sims, etc. So we will consult with the Office of the Solicitor General, and we will see paano natin mahahabol ito.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The DPWH can actually do a sweep of these projects ongoing for 2025, terminate those that it can terminate, or renegotiate for a lower price based on the President's advisory on lower DUPA so that we can generate more savings bigger than um, what was already conveyed to us. Okay. May I know the process after the DPWH has given us the estimated savings? It is up to the committee to reallocate it in structures that are certain will not be prone to corruption, right?
Madam Senator, Mr. Chairman, I think the approach will be to have a special provision in the 2026 budget that because clearly whatever savings we will estimate is still estimated savings, no, meaning depende pa po yung actual savings kapag yung mga project na yan ay na award na next year, no? Kasi may bidding process pa po yan. So we were suggesting po that a special provision be crafted so that the savings, actual savings generated in 2026 from the DPWH budget will be utilized to fund a very clear menu of projects, of services that of course will come from Congress. No, so I think this is the approach po, because while we can give an estimated amount, it is still estimated, ma'am. Hindi po siya pwede talagang maano. Thank you po.
There are two ways, Mr. Chair. Yung mga sigurado na sila, kasi na-convey na nyo sa news na may savings na kayong 50, tapos yung additional na makocompute po nyo hanggang Biyernes, we have, you as Chair, we have the authority na yun ang pool na paggagamitan sa iba. Pero yung special provision is useful dahil sa karagdagang savings. Pero hindi lahat ipagpaliban sa next year. Yung kaya ng desisyonan dahil na-convey na nyo na may X amount na savings, pwede na rin yun. Yeah. Diba? Kasi
Mr. Chairman, we leave it up to the wisdom of Congress.
But I leave it to the judgment of the Chair.
I think, Secretary Senator Lauren, ang pinakamalinis is for those projects to be amended down. But you have to tell us, kasi ang dami, we're talking about 14,000 projects eh. Some of them are low, some of them, based on our analysis, some of them are justified. In fairness, hindi lahat rin overpriced. Marami ring overpriced, no? But for us to go through that 14,000 plus, hindi natin kaya yun, ma'am, because we don't have the manpower and also the technical know-how. But if we can leave it to DPWH to give us those items na talagang obviously mataas, and then based on your new CMPD, pwedeng bumaba, then ibigay nyo na sa amin para i-amend na namin directly in the budget. No? And then we can realize the savings. That is the pinakamalinis na paraan.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, I think, well, just consulting our technical people here, they are telling me that it is virtually impossible po to do that at this point given the limited time available na unang-una ho, mahirap po kasing mamili lang ng kung ano ang babawasan, ano ang hindi. Obviously the program of works are different across projects. So it might be virtually impossible for us to do that, no, given the limited time, no. But we will leave it up to the discretion of Congress if you will reduce, no, on a project per project. But I guess we are just being honest that it might be difficult, no, for us to go through all the 14,000 or so, close to 20,000, I think, no, project line items, no. I mean, if this was January or February, I mean, beginning of the budget, I think we can do that. But unfortunately, it might be impossible to do that at this point. Yeah,
but I think the objective, ma'am, is to save, no? So We'll find a way. I'll consult with Senator Loren and also the member Senator JV on how to make that happen. No? Kasi may time constraint tayo eh.
Yes.
We're going to open the TWG this Wednesday. Tuloy-tuloy na yan. No? Tuloy-tuloy na.
Yes, and also, Mr. Chairman, it's also, I think, important to consider as well, no, the reduction in the cost of materials for other agencies as well, no, because that is also that will also be another source of savings as well, no. But again, limited time might be difficult to adjust in the other departments as well. So maybe special provisions to that effect, as you described earlier, might be the most efficient way of doing it. At least for the next year, for 2026. But obviously for 2027, lahat po magbabago na yan.
Submit to us yung CMPD.
Yes,
and
we
the
will
DUPA.
submit the CMPD and also the corresponding estimate of the effect on the capital outlay.
Okay, sige.
Opo.
Okay, sige.
Thank you very much,
Pag-isipan
Mr.
namin.
Chairman.
I'll consult also with our budget experts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
We recognize Senator Hercito.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Anyway, while waiting for Senator Loren, actually last week na I already raised my concerns, no. But hearing today, just listening, it's sad to hear that there was really no coordination, no, according to Secretary Dizon, with especially for flood control projects. There was no coordination with DNR because they are the experts doon po sa river basins kung saan pupunta, no, yung flow. Senator Legarda is correct, we cannot fight nature, no. We have to go with it or work with it, no. This strengthens yung ating pong proposal last week, no, and which was supported by Secretary Dizon, yung pong creation ng Department of Water and Resource Management, so that there will be no more disconnect again, no. Dapat yung pong siguro itong itong agency ni Jose Carlo should be with the folded into the new Department of Water Management. It will address yung water scarcity because the world is already because of the growing population, yung pong water is becoming a scarcer resource every day. Tama po sila, no, yung binanggit ni Jose Carlos David, that we should, yung pong dapat natin infrastructure will not just divert water and throw it in the ocean. We should in fact impound it and restore it so that during the dry season meron ho tayong pandilig, no. Sabi ko nga every rainy season we have abundant supply, sobra-sobra yung tubig natin, pero pag dry season wala naman tayong tubig. And sad to say that there are, Mr. Chair, nakakalungkot na marinig na kay Secretary Dizon mismo that there are some flood control projects that worsened. And from Jose Carlos David also, the situation, kasi nga bumilis yung flow ng tubig, walang pampabagal, walang impounding. So, I think, siguro for na-bash tayo last week, no? Sa mga netizens, sabi lang, creation of water department of water, dapat may Department of Fire daw and soil and everything. But this is not a laughing matter. I think water is getting scarcer every day the world over, and I think yung flood control, management of water has to be under one full-fledged department para hindi na ito maulit muli. We have seen, Mr. Chair, yung disconnect, no, na nakakalungkot na Secretary Dizon already said na coming from him, that most of the projects had no coordination with the Water Resource Management Office. Sila po yung merong expertise, no, kung saan po yung daloy ng river basins and all. So yun, Sec Dizon, thank you very much for your support, no, for two bills that I have in mind, no, yung master plan for infrastructure and national development, and also yung a lot of our colleagues filed yung pong creation of Department of Water and Resource Management. I think this is timely. No, unang-una maano na natin yung tubig natin, we will use it wisely and at the same time prevent yung pong nangyaring mga floodgates scandal from happening. Anyway, doon po sa the President said that 250 billion of flood control project will be realigned to other programs, most especially social programs, no? So, but there will still be 100 million, Sec Dizon, that will be used. O wala na, talagang totally.
Mr. Chairman, wala na po. Ang matitira lang po for flood control are the foreign assisted projects assisted by JICA, ADB, and World Bank, roughly about 15 billion pesos.
So the entire 250 billion will be realigned for social program. Ang ano ko lang doon, Mr. Chair, because government spending, especially for infrastructure, is a driver for economic growth, di ba? Siguro maganda. I would like to propose to the President, if given the chance, that probably half of the 250 billion be still used for infrastructure, specifically for, halimbawa, since DPWH ay still undergoing reforms, hanggang di pa tapos, pwede ilagay si DOTR to. Total, galing naman si Sec Dizon sa DOTR. For airports, for ports, and other economic drivers in infrastructure. At least tuloy-tuloy po yung spending natin for infra, and it will also have returns. Kasi hindi naman sa pagano, Mr. Chair, kung ilalagay lahat natin to sa ayuda.ax, there's no return. Di ba? Iba yung infrastructure because this is an investment for the future, to stimulate economic growth, to create growth areas. So yun po yung ano ko siguro, no? Meron akong breakdown dito, siguro half of it nilagay natin sa DOTR for ports, airports, and other major infra. Dapat infra din, di ba, Mr. Chair, para hindi sayang, para yung, as I said, the multiplier effect, yung economic drivers, dapat tuloy pa rin. Siguro DOTR would get half probably. Siguro for social programs na gusto ni Presidente, at least may impact po. For health, okay po ako doon, no? MAIP, PhilHealth, that is really felt by the people, no? Kasi kung AX lang, ang hirap doon, hindi natin, that's cash. It's also prone to temptation, no? Mas okay ni MAIP direktang na tulong sa. And also, Mr. Chairman, siguro si Sen. Loren will agree. Yung one time, big time lang tayo magkakaroon 250 billion na biglang, meron tayong that we can use for other programs na dati pangarap lang, no? We can fund MAIP, we can add for MAIP, UAC, PhilHealth, and HFEP, no? Lalo na improvement of hospitals, no? All over. Of course, i-balance na natin. Department of National Defense, talagang pangarap na lang talaga yung AFP modernization. But with this, lagyan natin ng a few billions for yung ating multi-role fighters, especially with the situation now in the West Philippine Sea. Coast Guard, ang laki nito, 250 billion eh. No? But glad to hear that meron pa rin namang flood control projects, yung po mga foreign assistance. So hopefully by next year, we can resume na maayos na kasi hindi rin naman natin pwedeng i-sacrifice to for the next 2 to 3 years. Otherwise, kawawa rin yung mga kababayan nating malulubog. So, yun po. Again, I'd like to thank Secretary Dizon for the support for yung pong master plan natin na measure, and also yung pong project, yung ating Department of Water Management, Resource Management. I think it's already timely, no, na magkaroon na ng coordination, no, and planning that ang banggit nga ni Senator Loren, dapat nature-based, no, hindi yung engineering-based lamang, at yung district ang nasusunod dati. Nakakalungkot pero parang may yung mga pinresent kanina ni Jose Carlos David, may mga hindi nakakonekta, no, yung mga binanggit ko last hearing. There are some projects na talagang pinroject lang na at least it was confirmed, no, that there are dikes na wala namang pinoproteksyon ng community. May nakita rin po akong seawall, sinumbong ko na rin kay Secretary Dizon, seawall na napakalaki. Hindi mo na makita yung dagat. Wala naman din pinoproteksyon ng community. So, that's all, Mr. Chair. I just gave you my observations this afternoon. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may
Yes,
po.
go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Senator JV. Let me just po reiterate what the President's directive was when he instructed to remove the 250 plus billion from flood control. Ang priority po talaga niya, obviously, yung PhilHealth, 60 billion, I think, roughly. And of course, yung ating pong mga social programs. Pero sa infrastructure naman po, sinabi din po niya, no, kasama ang ating mga school buildings, kasama ho ang ating mga farm-to-market roads, at kasama din po ang ibang mga programa ng DOTR, pati na rin po ang Department of Energy. So, ano naman po, no, a wide-ranging naman po ang kanyang mga sinuggest na I think reflect na rin po ng lower house General Appropriations Bill. Thank you very much again, Mr. Chairman.
I agree
Senator
with
JV.
Senator JV na yung matitipid natin sa infra, dapat malipat sa infra rin. No, because infra has a tremendous multiplier effect. Alam ni Secretary Dizon yan eh. And kung hindi natin ililipat sa infra yan, mawawala yung multiplier effect, Senator JV. So, I agree that we can, pag sinabi naman infra, kasama dito airports, seaports, no, other transportation modalities. Maybe this is the time to look for some projects in the transportation sector, which the Secretary headed once upon a time. No? So, thank you for that intervention, Senator JV. Senator Lauren?
Just to note that there is no need for a special provision for the GAA 2026 because it is already in the general provision of the GAA that the agency may augment their savings, and the savings is already defined in the GAA. Yes. So, nandyan na. And DBM is here, right? Tama. Yeah.
Secretary Dizon wants to specify yung savings dapat pumunta sa specific project. I think that is the concept.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, you're absolutely correct po under the general provisions. But under the general provisions, from what I understand, the savings generated will be limited for use within the DPWH. Maybe, yeah. So,
Paki-clarify,
kasi yun
DBM.
po ang pagkakaintindi. Kasi
ASEC, go ahead. ASEC.
ASEC,
kung gano'n, hindi magagamit sa
Mary Ann,
iba.
specify yung general provision, paliwanag po ninyo para malaman po natin kung kailangan pa ng special provision maliban sa general provision, pero sang-ayon ako sa sinabi ng chair na yung kaya nang masave ngayon, i-reallocate na natin sa ibang infrastruktura, at ang aming bias, aaminin ko, ay edukasyon para sa school building. Kasi pwede naman kayo, kasi kayo naman gumagawa, multi-purpose building / school building. Pero paliwanag po ninyo yung sinabi nyo na hindi na kailangan, pero baka kailangan ng special.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. As far as the savings are concerned, if we are looking at the savings ng DPWH and it wanted to use it ng within DPWH rin lang and within the same activity, then we're talking about modification lang. And the approval of that is within the DBM. That's provided for under the general provisions. But if we're thinking of augmentation, meaning making use of the savings to another activity of the DPWH or another activity of a different agency, then we would be needing the approval from the Office of the President. So we term that as augmentation. That's why we say that the special provision will no longer be required for as long as the definition of savings are within what is provided for also under the general provisions, Mr. Chair.
Pag DOTR, oo, kailangan ng OP. So, kailangan ng special. Pag DepEd, kailangan ng special. Pero actually, DepEd hindi. Kasi sila naman ang gagawa. Pwede ng multipurpose / school building. It will stay with them. Oo. Okay. So,
Yes,
mas simple
yes,
pag
Mr.
DepEd. I'm sure gusto ng mga kasamahan ko pag school building. Oo. Oo naman. Sige. Kung mga bata, siksikan sa mga classroom. Sige. Okay, thank you. classroom kanina. Yung single facility na classroom. Magkano ba talaga? Kasi pinag-usapan natin yung health center, pinag-usapan natin yung FMR. It was observed that classrooms built as a single facility, let's say, one classroom building, magkano ba talaga pag DPWH? And how do you measure it per square meter, given the same kind of materials?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, I'll ask OIC Undersecretary Lara to respond. But again, let me just place a caveat that the numbers she will tell you are still the old numbers. These will decrease drastically within the next week or so because of our adjustments in the cost of materials. Undersecretary, please.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon po again. For the estimate, we use po cost per square meter. So I'll give a range from different regions. It's ranging from 24,000 to 33,700 per square meter for the previous CMPD.
Know very well that from the private sector, yung Chinese chamber nga 8,000, pero baka naman iba yung materials doon. Walang tax, walang profit. Sabi mo na mga lahati. Ewan ko, hindi ako engineer, pero sigurado ako mas mababa dyan. So, kung yung DepEd School Building Program ay 28.056 billion, so sa estimate ng DPWH ay this will cover 12,000 classrooms. Kung ikakalahati mo yan, you will have 10,627 more classrooms, but this would be depending if we use a lower unit cost to 1.2 million. That perhaps, Mr. Chair, can be discussed in a technical working group because we're talking about costs. These are just estimates. So, ibig sabihin, yung sinabi po ni OIC Yusek Lara ay sabihin mo ng mga lahati, sabihin mo na conservative 40%, so i-compute po ninyo yung square meters ng classroom, lalaki ang numero ng classroom. Tama ba ho? Oo. Pangalawa po, yung savings na sinabi po ni Chair kanina na gusto niya ngayon na i-allocate, wag na ipa-savings, wag na pag-antayin ng mga tao, yung sa kay Presidente pa lang ay 50B na yon, assuming lang sa classrooms para hindi na umalis sa DPWH, hindi na OP approval, it will be multipurpose / school buildings, i-increase si number of classrooms maliban sa pag-slash ng 40% ng cost. So, more than the 10,627 more classrooms, si 50 billion pa, assuming hindi mapunta nga sa AIX at sa iba-iba, na mahaba pa ang proseso, mag-OP approval pa if it stays with them. So that's just my sincere and honest and well-meaning recommendation, and I would assume pag classroom, hindi naman siguro mandadaya, hindi naman siguro mag-ghost, hindi naman sigurong subject to anomalya o corruption, at magiginhawahan ang ating sektor na basic education. Yun po ang aking katanungan. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Chair.
Lumabas lang po si Secretary, but before he left, he's aligned with your observation, Senator Lauren, when it comes to the possible use, which is to utilize that for the classroom, Mr. Chair.
The other questions would be dependent kasi on their submission of the allocable and non-allocable in the NEP revised of September. And it would be dependent also on the savings that you can already compute. So, I leave it to the chair what to do. Kasi we cannot work on assumptions. Gusto natin ay fact-based. At yung pangatlo, talaga yung i-mainstream natin ang water studies at nature-based solutions para may pagbabago. So, hindi lang po yung pagbaba ng dupa at pababa ng cost, at saka yung mungkahi ko po na hindi lang yung cost of materials, kundi yung iba pang cost, maski na alam natin, hindi naman dinadaya yan, silipin na rin natin, wala naman masamang sumilip sa lahat, di ba po? Yeah.
Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, you have our commitment to do that as well. Mr. Chairman, sorry, we just realized that Friday is a holiday, so we will submit by Thursday afternoon. Well, no.
Friday is 31.
Friday,
Friday, tama si Director Alex, Friday is holiday. 30.
Anyway, we will submit, but definitely at the latest by Friday, if not earlier po.
The foreign assisted projects are seemingly successful. So, may I just know what's the difference and why don't we use those doing the foreign assisted projects in auditing and monitoring all the local infrastructure projects? Thank you.
May I respond to that? That's a great question po, Mr. Chairman. First of all, the reason for the success of the foreign assisted projects is that they are well planned. I think that is the foundation that is lacking in what we have seen, in the past years. That foreign assisted projects are well planned, backed up by a very solid feasibility study, backed up by very serious detailed engineering work, and may plano po talaga. And obviously monitored by the funders, by the lending institutions. That's why it's very successful. Now, to the question, can the locally funded projects be implemented or monitored by the team that does the foreign assisted projects? That is quite difficult, Mr. Chairman, because of the sheer volume of locally funded projects on a district level. And the UPMO, who is in charge of the foreign assisted, kakaunti lang po talaga sila. They're really a handful of engineers that handle a handful of projects, albeit very big projects, but this is also with the support of the foreign lending institutions. But I think there is great wisdom in the question of Senator Loren, because I think that is how, even on a smaller scale, how locally funded projects should be done. From the planning stage to the budgeting stage to the procurement to the implementation and monitoring stage, we should find a way to mirror the processes in the foreign assisted projects and apply them to the locally funded projects. And that would mean obviously involving all the district engineering offices, all the regional offices. So yun po, and I think that is part of what we want to do, as the new team begins the rollout of the reforms moving forward. Thank you po.
Galing. Oo, kaya, yes. Oo, kaya nga eh. So, magaling yung mga yan. Kaya, Hindi. Magkagaling utak. Magaling. Kaya, magaling yung dalawa kong yan eh. Kaya ako makulit ha, magaling yung mga nasa likod eh. NEDA at ERC yan eh. Oo. Kambal utak. Sige. Okay. International institutions can do sampling of all. Pwede natin subukan sa 2026, di ba? At saka pwede nyong i-bid out and manage the third-party auditors. So, maski na maliit lang yung ating foreign assisted group, iilan, i-bid out nyo, i-monitor. Oo. Sayang eh. Kasi kung
Yes, ma'am, we agree.
nangyayari sa bansa may maaayos, di i-emplo natin yung maayos. Kung di kaya ng maliit na grupo yung maayos, at least iilang project maayos. Di ba? And then I take note
Thank
of
you for
your
that, ma'am.
answer. Tama si Senator Ping mula sa simula na lahat ng projects naman ay dapat dumaan either sa RDC at may feasibility study at hindi naman sapat na may request ng LGU kasi maaling yung request niya, hindi naman na-vet. Kaya kailangan may feasibility study talaga. Yun.
We absolutely agree, Mr. Chairman, Senator Lauren, we agree.
Isa pang napansin ko, multi-year projects. Kung hindi amend ng senator, pupunta yung congressman sa amin o yung mayors, hindi magkukusa ang ahensya, hindi lang kayo at unfinished siya. Or, ang liit-liit ng ilalagay ng DPWH, hindi na matutuloy, bitin siya. Bakit ganun? It's a multi-year project of the department. Dapat, maski wala kaming intervention na amendment, kayo na ang kusa, tinatapos nyo. Kaya tuloy, all over the country, either vertical or horizontal structure or roads leading to hinterland areas, natitigil. Bakit kami kailangan mag-amend ng something nanggagaling naman sa inyo sa region o sa central na maayos naman para sa taong bayan? Kung hindi, napakaliit ng ilalagay sa NEP. Pero, ang lalaking budget, yung mga hindi pinag-isipan at may sponsor or proponent. Pero yung multi-year, nalapit sa akin yung LGU or congressman or even the agency, ang liit ng linagay sa multi-year, ma'am, kailangan to kasi, mayowa, etc., etc. Bakit ganyan? Basta, maliit, ganon. Ang hirap parang wala talagang planning. Very arbitrary.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tama po kayo, Mr. Chairman, tama po again si Senator Lauren. And this is something we really want to correct. And in fact, this was one of the first conversations I had with the new Undersecretary for Planning, that in the planning stages, in the budgeting stages, we must really prioritize projects that remain to be unfinished, incomplete projects. Kailangan po, kumbaga po, in the hierarchy of projects na dapat pondohan given limited funds, dapat po inuunang pondohan yung mga hindi pa tapos. Hindi putol na tulay, putol na kalye, bitin na building na munisipyong walang second floor, baka lang. And I think marami pong putol na tulay. In fact, I saw several already in my less than 2 months in DPWH. Bitin po.
Bridge to nowhere.
Hindi nga, Mr. Chairman, hindi nga po bridge to nowhere. Bridge to somewhere, pero for example po, meron po kaming pinuntahan sa Arayat. May inimbestigahan kaming flood control doon, no? Tapos, dinaga kami ng isang mayor sa isang bridge. Putol po yung bridge, kalahati. Kalahati tapos, kalahati wala. 10 years na pong putol, Mr. Chairman. 10 years. So, kaya nga po ngayon, nagkukumahugo kami, naghahanap po kami ng savings para po sana mapondohan namin yung bridge na yun sa Arayat at iba pang mga bridges all over the country na bitin. So, I mean, this is a recurring problem. It's very, very arbitrary. There's no rhyme or reason why this project gets this much, this project gets a small amount, and that needs to change.
There is rhyme and reason. Kung sinong malapit sa kusina, Halloween na sila. Kung sino malapit sa kusina, kung sino hindi humihingi or humihinging hindi nabibigyan, ayun.
Nabibitin.
Kaya hindi pwede.
Di ba-
Arbitrary eh.
It cannot be
Dapat
arbitrary
may
po.
siyensya.
And it needs to be, needs-based po talaga. And I think the primary need, sabi nga po ng Pangulo sa akin, let's use all the money we have remaining to just finish unfinished projects. To complete unfinished projects. Yun po ang pinaka-importante. Thank you po.
Sen. Lauren, that's also the advice that we gave DOH doon sa HFEP Center JV kasi ang daming unfinished health centers, rural health centers, even hospital, sayang. Nakabitin na for many years. Sayang.
So, actually, ipakompute natin, ayan, sa kada ahensya ng gobyerno, ang mga unfinished or tapos pero unused, nako, ilang trilyon yan. Sinayang natin ang pera. Hindi lang, to be fair, hindi lang DPWH. Okay, I was just meeting with, housing, dati chair ka, James. Si Sec Aliling, bago siya. Sinabi niya, sabi ko, bigyan mo nga akong listahan ng NHA projects. NHA, natapos yung mga bahay, yung intended beneficiaries, ayaw tumira sa bahay dahil malayo, bakit pinagawan? Pero pinasukan na ng informal settlers na hindi naman otorisadong tumira doon. So hindi naman nila mabigay sa informal settlers na tumitira sa bahay sa intended, makukuha naman sila. So we have a squatter problem in NHA and the intended beneficiaries are still squatters or informal settlers. So if I may, there's really so much wastage, systems loss, substandard, unutilized, underutilized by running by the trillions of pesos, Mr. Chair. So I agree with you, whether it's DPWH or DOH, which you build, or DepEd classrooms, tapusin natin or bridges to somewhere, but maybe the proponent already is not in office, right? Ganon eh. So that's I won't say yun lang, that's what I noticed. I have to amend the multi-year. Trabaho yan ng ahensya. Lalapit sa amin, hindi po na pondo, nasabihin ng district engineer at sa region, hindi po kami narinig sa central, kayo na lang po pag-asa namin para umabot yung kalsada doon. Alam yata ni Alpruto ang ibig ko sabihin. O ganon. Tapos, lalagyan ng token. Ang liit-liit amount, 10 million, 20 million para matapos. Sabi ko, siguro maski 100 years akong senator, hindi matatapos. Kasi hindi ako mihingi eh. Sabi ko, kami ngayon, kung hindi na kami allowed mag-amend, kundi institutional, wala na. So, yung kalsada, hindi matatapos, kundi kami allowed mag-amend. Yeah. So, it's incumbent upon the agency, not just DPWH, to finish what they started, whether the proponent is an incumbent or not. Kasi syempre, the fact na pinondohan, at hindi ito mga flood control, talagang infra, na pondohan, kailangan tuloy-tuloy hanggang matapos. Huwag kami intayin mag-amend. Yun.
Mr. Chairman, we
Sige,
could not
thank you.
we could not agree more with the honorable senators' observations. Kung kailangan ang trabaho po na ahensya, tapusin kung ano ang inumpisahan niya. Unfortunately, hindi po ganun ang nangyayari. Hopefully that will change now. Apo, maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat.
Well, just Friday is the submission.
Yes,
Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, if I may be allowed to just recap or summarize po what we need to submit just
Yes,
to be
yes,
sure.
please.
So we will be submitting po additional stationing for the initially identified projects and also additional validation and justification if we are able to find the justification and the validation. But we will also add the new projects po that also do not have the required detail. No, I think roughly about 1,500, if I'm not mistaken, additional projects. No, tama ba? 14. Opo. So we will strive to do that by Friday, Mr. Chairman. Again, I will reiterate, kung hindi po validate, ma-justify at mabigyan ng detalye yung mga line item, please po we give the committee the liberty to please remove those projects from the list, no, of projects in the DPWH 2026 budget. Second po, by tomorrow, we will submit po the request of the Honorable Senator Gigarda for the list of the districts under the resubmitted NEP, revised NEP, and also whatever the terminology is, no, given what was done. Yes, of course. Of course po. We will send the document po to the chair, copy furnished, Senator Gigarda. And then we will give the request of Senator Marcoleta for the apples-to-apples comparison of the HGABs 23, 24, 25 to compare with the already submitted 26.
Remember, we talked about the 2025 possible savings. You were supposed to submit per district the projects where there are issues, and the issues that have issues with the implementation sa contractors that you may have the power to terminate. So we talked about 2025 projects funded. Either you renegotiate or you have the power to terminate if they are flood control projects or asphalting or whatever projects na questionable sa implementation ng mga contractor. And are you suggesting to terminate? Will you terminate? And if you will not terminate, what is the remedial measure you will do why you will not terminate? In short, we're putting everyone on stricto tayo ngayon, hindi pa 2026. But wala pa kayo ng 2020 pag ginawa yung GAA 2025, pero pinapanood nyo sila ngayon at husayon yan. To terminate natin, hindi natin terminate, pero repeat job ito, or sige, terminate, may savings tayo. So I leave it to your better judgment, but maybe a list of that so we can also study for possible savings.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, what we can submit by Friday, I think, is the list of those that are either unimplementable already or that have been terminated already. As for those that we can terminate, this might be a little tricky because we still need to talk to the Office of the Solicitor General to determine that, and that will require, again, we're talking about, I don't know, like 20,000 projects for this year that we have to sift through. That might not be possible for Friday, ma'am. But
whatever you can for Friday. At hindi na kailangan OSG, you have the power kasi sa Government Procurement Act, nakita naman nyo eh. At saka kung na-terminate niya yung ibang mukhang questionable, meron kayong power to terminate kung linoloko tayo at saka sinabi na ni Presidente, ibaba yung dupa, pero ang sigil pa rin niya, let's say, sa construction material sa bridge na ito, triple. Kaya mo yun. Hindi kailangan ng OSG yun.
Ma'am, kasi obviously for those that are already contracted, that was already the basis of the budget, and the contract price was already established under the old or the existing cost of materials. So there are clearly legal issues there, so we will need to talk to the OSG about that. But for those that we have terminated or about to terminate for cause, we can provide that list by Friday.
Perhaps we can generate reports since from your district engineers or from our people on the ground, yung mga sumbong sa Senado na mga dapat i-terminate. I mean, without looking at political color, of course.
Yes, we can. Marami pong sumbong. Kung sumbong lang pong pag-uusapan. No, sa sumbong sa Pangulo po, I think 20,000 na yung nagsumbong doon. No, but again, that will require some time to sift through. But finally, Mr. Chairman, ma'am, the last thing we will submit, which is very important, is the revised CMPD, the revised cost of materials, and then the estimated potential savings for 2026. So we will submit all of those by Friday, Mr. Chairman, Senator.
Nomenclature that's allowed in the GAA for school buildings and classroom that will still fall under your department.
Okay, yes, ma'am. So
Yes.
which is multipurpose buildings / school building. Yes.
Oo,
We will
kung
provide
ano yung
that as well.
gamit, kasi hindi bawal yun.
Opo.
Para wag nang ililipat, tapos babalik.
Tama po.
Yeah, mas efficient.
Tama po.
Yeah.
Thank you
And,
so much po.
Sa lahat ng nanonood po, hindi po namin kayo, sa mga tanong po namin na inaaral namin ang budget, hindi po namin kayo pinahirapan. It's really, we take seriously the mandate and yung pronouncements ni Presidente na ayusin, limited ang fiscal space. Sakita natin, dahil sa eagle eyes ng chair, naparami. Diba? Naparami ang classroom, naparami ang kilometro ng FMR, naparami sa pagtutulungan ng lahat. So, we're here to help. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the patience of Sec Dizon and the whole team. Mr. Chair, salamat.
Thank you. There being no further questions, the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways is now deemed submitted for plenary's consideration, subject to the discussion and the submission of documents requested. So maraming salamat, Secretary. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat po. Thank you so much.
The hearing is suspended.
Thank you, sir. Thank you po.